Good morning, Ms. Asim. Good morning, Ms. Mafisa.
Morning, Chair.
Yes. I whispered with my mic on quite early on. When we started sitting, we were told that people heard us what we were whispering about. I'll be careful.
I didn't hear anything, Chair. Chair, yesterday there was a provisional ruling made by the Commission in relation to the disclosure of names in the annexure S4 to the witness's statement, the WhatsApp. I'd like to make further submissions on that to the court, to the Commission, and perhaps if the Commission could indicate whether they will be making a final ruling or not regarding the disclosure of the names, and whether myself or Ms. Mafisa will be heard on that.
I think it's only one name now because
Yes.
in respect of the other name, it was mentioned, so that horse has bolted.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Chair, I think it was appropriate yesterday to proceed in the manner that we did. As I said yesterday, out of an abundance of caution. But on reflection, it seems to me that there's no good reason not to disclose the second name that's mentioned in that chat, in that WhatsApp. And I say so for a few reasons. The first is that WhatsApp communication was shared by the witness to the Commission unredacted. So the names are known to the Commission. The second is, yesterday, the legal representatives for the witness explained that...
But just on that, unless there's something I do not know, I don't think we as a Commission would pose any danger to the General. So this being shared with us, I don't think that addresses the issue that was raised by Ms. Mafisa.
Well, I'm getting to that, Chair, because I don't think that's an issue either.
Yes. Yes.
So it was shared unredacted.
Yes,
there was no communication to the Commission, we providing this to you, but that this is not to be made known in any way.
Yes.
And the reasons why it should not be made known. What we were informed yesterday was that there's indeed a link between General Sabia and Mr. X, and that the witness has evidence of this, and there was an undertaking to provide that evidence.
Because we have a witness X, maybe let's use some other letter instead of Mr. X in respect of this.
Well,
sorry. Yes, let's use the Mr. So-and-so that the General used yesterday.
Mr. such and somebody, Mr. so-and-so, Mr. S, whatever we call him, that was put on record yesterday, right? That there's a link between General Sabia and Mr. so-and-so. And that evidence would be made available to the Commission. And that's important because that fact goes to the core of what this Commission is here to investigate. So it's critical to the purpose of this Commission that we not only have that information, but that where we engage with it openly unless there's good reason not to engage with it openly. The reason that there's a risk to the witness doesn't bear up, because from the face of the text itself, the WhatsApp, there's no threat to the witness that is posed. The witness, in fact, himself explained yesterday that he doesn't recall that part of the meeting and that part of the discussions that took place on the 15th April because he was in the kitchen. So the risk, in fact, and you can see that also from the test.
So it's basically not the witness's information.
It's not the witness's disclosure or informing on anyone.
It's a text by someone else mentioning these names, so it doesn't come from the general.
Does not come from the witness. The risk, if there is any risk, I say if there is, because we don't really know the details. We've not been provided with the nature of the risk. The risk, if there is any, is to Mr. Matlala, not to the witness. So the final thing then I'd say is that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi will be requested to return to the Commission and to address the contents of this WhatsApp. And when he does so, he will disclose the name. So in any event, it will become known who Mr. So-and-so is. So my submissions to you, Chair, are that there is nothing on the face of this chat that indicates a risk to the witness, and there's no good reason not to disclose it, and that so far what information we have been provided about that there is a link between Mr. General Sibiya and this Mr. So-and-so is actually quite important, and we need to hear more fully and openly about it as undertaken by the legal representatives yesterday. So I would urge the commissioners to rule the final ruling to be to disclose the name of Mr. So-and-so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Yes, Ms. Mafisa?
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Mafisa.
Commissioners, I think I've been placed in a little bit of a tight spot, if I may say so, because I don't think this is a matter that can be resolved by rational deduction. I really do not think so. We stated our reasons yesterday that there is a safety issue, and if the Commission wishes to make a final ruling on that, then that is okay. Then we will be bound to that ruling. But matters such as this, I do not think can merely be resolved by even argument. We do have reasonable belief that there is a security risk. So I think it's only fair that we led argument yesterday to try and protect Major General Sonona. As much as my learner senior has stated that Major General Sonona's life is in no way at risk, we believe that his life is at risk if he shares this particular name. And unfortunately, I cannot take it any further, especially on camera, to say that, I cannot take it any further than to say that there is some sort of risk if he were to mention this particular name. Regarding us submitting this...
Is there anything additional to what you submitted yesterday?
Chairperson, I actually just had a chat now with my attorney, and I said, if need be, we can also supplement the statement. We have no issue with sitting with the client and also supplementing our statement. We do not want to seem as if we are not trying to assist the Commission.
What statement are you referring to?
Major General Sonona's statement.
The statement on which his testimony is based.
Correct.
What's the relevance of that to the issue about the disclosure of the name? So that's why I was confused when you referred to a statement.
Yes, we are just saying that our reasoning can can be better elucidated within the statement, and then the commissioners can read the reasoning without us having to divulge certain information in front of the cameras because of that particular security risk. So we do not mind doing that because we do want to assist the commission. The reason why we submitted the screenshots unredacted was for that main reason. We want to assist the commission. So we're not trying to hide anything. Our issue here is that it's a security risk. That is the only issue. But I cannot take it any further than to state that, Chairperson.
We have heard submissions from both sides, and this is a matter of serious concern because issues are being raised around the safety or security concerns with regard to General Sinona. That's not a matter we can ever take lightly. And indeed, where it's warranted, it's best to err on the side of caution. But we need to look at what we have before us here. And what we have before us is a WhatsApp text from General Mkhwanazi. This witness, that is General Sinona, is therefore not the author. So what he is doing is merely to read that text that comes from General Mkhwanazi. And what is said in that is thus not being said by him. It is something that is being said by General Mkhwanazi. It's information which is 100% from General Mkhwanazi. Therefore, we do not share the concerns as much as issues of the risk or the security of the witnesses before us is a matter that we are quite concerned about. In this instance, we take the view that the general must disclose the name, must read the name as part of the whole text. That is our ruling.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if
just before that, good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Chair, if the witness is to do that now, I think he needs access to the device from his legal representative.
Mr. Baloyi, if you could assist again, please. Ms. Hassim, you will direct us where exactly you want the witness to read, or do you want him to again read from the beginning to the end? I do realize that if the witness starts somewhere in the middle, perhaps what he reads may be out of context.
Maybe out of context. It's also difficult to from our records to see exactly where, and it probably makes sense to just read it once more into the record from start to finish, and then we'll have one proper record with the entire
That's in order.
text.
That's in order. Thank you.
General, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
Could you read the WhatsApp exchange that was sent to you, the message? And can you read it from the beginning to the end?
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning once more. Hi, General, I trust you are well. You made arrangements that I meet this guy because he is your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to Lieutenant General Kua to place orders on his contract. He volunteered an information about a house address in Sandton where Sibia collects money using the state vehicle, and that he paid 2 million towards Sibia's purchase of his plot. He also told me about Sibia's townhouse. The fact that he is the one who introduced our meeting to the ad hoc committee and lied under oath, he invited me to make public the information that he gave me, which will put his life at risk. I am still going to that committee, and I hope he doesn't mind me exposing him to both Sibia and Steve Mutsumi. I hope you won't blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. If he thinks he can fool the committee, it's okay, but I will not say much, but to simply play a recording of our meeting verbatim because I have the record. What is worse is that after you told me about the discussion between you and him regarding Nengi, I asked you about your relationship with him. I still don't know how the two of you met to discuss about Nangi care. Besides the voice recording, cellular phone triangulation and my vehicle tracker, including access footage, will confirm the date and time of our meeting. And for his own sake, I hope that those timelines are in line with what he said before the committee in relation to his arrest. This is the man who says he met you 7 years ago, which is contradicting what you told me, that you grew up together. I guess this will be clear as the investigation continues. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General.
Yesterday we were at a point where the video clip was being discussed, or there were engagements around it. And amongst other things, there was the question about whether there is or there isn't a SAPS logo. And I had engaged the General about the logo based on what you had said about the logo. But perhaps more importantly, there is the question of the request by Ms. Mafisa for them to have access to the video clip, which, am I correct that you now have that, Ms. Mafisa?
We received it, Chairperson. Thank you to the evidence leader. We did.
And you applied your minds to it?
Yes, we have.
May the engagement with the General on it continue then?
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, I don't know whether that's where you want to start or whether you want to start elsewhere.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to start there. I'm going to start elsewhere. We may circle back to that later on in the day. But I'd like to begin at the beginning again. And what that beginning is for me is the nature of the relationship between you, Major General, and Mr. Matlala that you were giving evidence about yesterday. So what we heard from you yesterday was that you met around 2018, 2019. You became close. He was like a brother to you, that you met regularly, and that you frequently conversed about current affairs, and that you shared news and media clips with each other in the course of your discussions about things that are in the media and current affairs. Have I summarized that correctly?
In some, but I want to correct that, Commissioners. We converse about issues in generals and media clips that were garnering our attention, my attention, and the attention of the community that was in the public domain. I just wanted to correct that. We don't sit and discuss each and every media clip, but it will be media clips that are of concern, is either from his side or from my side, but not necessarily that always we sit and discuss media clips, but we discuss issues that also related to the our families as well.
But you did say that you discuss current affairs, correct? And that you frequently discussed current affairs.
Current affairs, it also include, it's not limited to media clips, but it also include our personal issues, Commissioners.
Okay. It includes that, but it doesn't exclude what the normal understanding of current affairs is, which is the news, what's occupying the nation, what's occupying public opinion, correct?
I believe I've given you my answer.
Well, you can just say yes or no.
General, your voice seems to have gone down today.
You know,
I do hear you, but you are not as
must
loud.
I raise it?
Just,
Apologies.
or perhaps pull the mics closer. I don't know, but something has happened to your voice today.
Oh, thank you, Commissioners. Apologies for that. I've indicated that I've provided my response to that question, and I believe that is the view of the advocate, but I've provided my response, Commissioners. Thank you.
I think I understand that to be a yes to my answer. So we don't need to dwell on it further. You also said yesterday that you had no knowledge that Mr. Madlanga is a criminal and of his alleged criminal activities.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So I'd like to take you to some of what was occupying the nation for some time. And for this purpose, could you please turn to the file with the media clips? And I'm not sure how it's marked on your file. And if you need assistance, we can assist. So on this topic of what occupies the news and public opinion, do you know the name Babita Deokaran?
Yes, I know the name Babita Deokaran.
And so you would be aware then of her assassination for exposing links between criminal syndicates and government officials related to particularly the corrupt contract with Tembisa Hospital.
I can recall that. Commissioners.
You recall that?
I can recall that.
And you would have read about this in the media?
Not necessarily read, but I can recall that, Commissioners.
Okay. But you say you did not know that Mr. Madlanga was implicated in this scandal.
Which scandal, Commissioners?
The scandal that I just referred to. The one that many investigative journalists were reporting on.
There is a number of 1, 2, up to 12 of Newspaper clips, Commissioners.
I'm talking about the Babita Deokaran exposure of the criminal syndicates.
In this bundle, where is it referenced so that I can respond properly?
No, we'll go to the bundle. I'm asking you a question about whether you were aware that Mr. Matlala was implicated in the Tembisa hospital scandal.
I was not aware, Commissioners.
So let's then go to the media clips. And so the first, you'll see there are a number of articles that are included in this bundle. They're just a selection of what is available if you were to Google. But the first article, if you could please turn to that, it's page 1. And it's dated 13 Feb 2023. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And it's a long article, but the first bold paragraph reads as follows. A central figure in the Tembisa hospital procurement scandal, security boss Vusimusi Matlala is now under investigation for the illegal use of blue lights and sirens. This was reported in February 2023. Did you not have any knowledge of this at the time?
At the time, I've just got knowledge of this when you gave me this file yesterday.
You were not aware of any of the allegations against Mr. Matlala that were being reported on in the media since at least 2023?
As I've testified yesterday, Commissioners, I was not aware of.
You weren't aware of this? Okay. So
Sorry, Ms. Hassan.
Yes.
We've just been alerted by the Commission spokesperson that there is indeed an issue with the sound, and that some journalists have indicated so. General, I don't know.
So is it with my sound or?
My,
Maybe closer to the mic, General. Yeah, please, yeah. This one as well, yeah.
am I audible now, Commissioners?
And
General, maybe the other issue is when you are responding, it seems like you are responding to Advocate Hassim, who's close to you, and you're only focusing on her. So pretend that you are responding to the Commission and try to raise your voice. If we can hear you, then you must assume that even the audio-visual equipment is capturing you correctly. So don't just have a conversation with Advocate Hassim, but have a conversation with the rest of us. That way, it is captured correctly, and for transcription purposes, we won't have issues in the future.
I've noted that, Commissioner.
Thank you so
just
much.
That when I look at her, I just want to capture properly what is the advocate telling me. But if I look the other side, I might miss some things, but I'll try to comply with your directive, Commissioners.
Thank you.
when listening, there's no issue at all. But I guess when you are speaking, once you do that, then you are no longer aligned with the microphones. I think that's the issue.
I will comply, Commissioners.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, so just to return to the article implicates Mr. Matlala in the use of blue lights, as I've just read out. The article also reads, Tembisa Hospital tender tycoon Vusimusi Matlala, whose companies scored nearly 5 million rand in contracts, red flagged by Babita Deokaran, is now under investigation for his illegal blue light cavalcade used for airport trips and school runs. The article continues to say that Mr. Matlala has close ties to a Mr. Maumela. It also says that Mr. Maumela is tied to Matlala through his once shared interest in the private security outfit called CAT VIP Protection. those are the sort of headlines of the article. I'm not going to go through the rest of it. But as you can see, it's quite a detailed report. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So the next article is dated 19 October 2023. And this one is an article in the Sowetan. And if you look at page 9 of the bundle, again, this media outlet refers to page 9, the last paragraph. Do you see that? It discusses social media posts by a person alleged to be a partner to Vusimusi Madlanga, and it reads that this person would inadvertently expose a questionable relationship between Madlanga, a businessman implicated in the Tembisa Hospital corruption scandal, and it goes on, it's cut off. But it basically is saying that Mr. Madlanga is implicated in that Tembisa Hospital corruption scandal. You weren't aware of this reporting at the time?
Correct, Commissioners.
So the third media article is dated 20 December 2024. And it's page 16. Do you see it?
Page 16.
Yes.
Yes.
And again, this is an in-depth piece of investigative journalism, so I'm just going to read the summary that's included in the news report, and that's on page 16. And it says, security boss and Tembisa Hospital tenderpreneur Vusimusi Madlanga had his home and office raided by police this week. Madlanga and his companies were red flagged by Babita Deokaran before her murder, and the investigation she started has now morphed into a special investigating unit probe and a Hawks investigation. While Madlanga is in the crosshairs on one front, another of his companies landed a 360 million rand health services tender from the police. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
You were not aware of this at the time?
I never read this article.
You were not aware of any of these kind of allegations? Were you aware of the raid on Mr. Madlanga's home and office?
The office raid, I was aware, as I've testified yesterday, that he told me the police came to his place to do the firearm inspection compliance, and then they were looking at his firearms, and then I said, that is the normal duties of the DFO. If they do that, there's nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong in that, in the police. That one, he told me, I was aware of that one, but I never saw the newspaper clip.
He didn't share any of this, these news pieces with you at the time?
The news of?
These news articles that were circulating, he didn't share it with you?
As commissioners, as it was, his phone was obtained by the police and downloaded, and with these softwares and so forth. If he shared these newspaper articles with me, it would have been also displayed in the bundle that the Commission has given us. And then also, if I have shared with him, I came across any of these articles, it would have been found there that there is this communication between Mr. Madlanga and General Senona in relation to these newspaper articles. It must be noted, Commissioners, that amongst other things that I do as a police officer, I do not patrol media space to look for things. Whatever happened to meet, I will read and deal with it. I normally don't patrol media things and look for things. Sometimes if a person sends you something, you will look at it and then it will ignite you to have a concern. But sometimes you pick it up while you are doing your job, and then it will ignite you, and then you'll be able to deal with it if you want to. It's not always a question of that. But these articles, commissioners, I read them. They gave me the file yesterday after we have adjourned. I went to them. I checked my WhatsApp. That was given to me. I've never come across this, or no, Mr. Matlala has sent it to me, or any other person. And then I'm saying, should it have happened that I come across this type of messages, I think I would have employed what I did with the newspaper article of the 5th of March. To start to call him and question him about these things, and that would have increased my worry into the suspicions of his criminal activities, commissioners. I think that is my response that I can give. My response that I can give before the commission. Other than that, I've no other better explanation to provide before the commission.
You see, General, that doesn't answer the question, because what you're saying is you didn't know because he didn't send you the articles, because, and in fact, you don't even say that. You say, if you look at the phone, it's not there. There are many ways in which he communicated with you. And my question was whether he shared this with you in any form. You didn't answer that question. You say, well, look at what we have. And if it's not in what we have, then he didn't do it. That's evading the question. Now, there's a second part to this, which is that even if Mr. Matlala did not share it with you, as you said, you discussed current affairs, this was an issue that was gripping the country. It was a shocking scandal, and Mr. Matlala was notorious at this time. He was being reported on repeatedly in the media. So you didn't need Mr. Matlala to share this with you if you were just watching average news, don't you think?
Commissioners, I believe I've responded to this question. It's coming again in a different way. I never came across these newspaper articles, and I've indicated if these newspaper articles came across me, I would have dealt with it as I dealt with that one of the 5th of March. That is my response. And besides,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, I was saying, I think the question goes beyond just newspapers. I heard Advocate Hassim to refer to even ordinary news, not necessarily newspapers, or not newspapers only. So is your answer that you never got to know about this from any news source whatsoever?
I'm saying yes, commissioners, because the only thing that it happened to catch me, it was that name of the late Mrs. Babita. But deeper to that, as when the advocate started with this newspaper clips, when she asked me. But ordinarily, if I would have came across this and then I read these names, definitely I would have dealt with it the way I dealt with the other one. And then that is my submission to you, commissioners.
So you never got to hear about alleged culprits in respect of the contracts that were being discussed in this context?
The conference.
Culprits. Alleged culprits.
Commissioners, all I know that the murder of Ms. Babita Deokran was investigated by the Johannesburg Serious Organized Crime. I saw the arrest because I know some of the investigators, but the in-depth of this thing, I never happened to make any follow-up or look into this type of things. As I indicated, I'm not patrolling normally, but you won't find me patrolling too much on the media space looking for newspaper articles. But if it came to my attention, commissioners, I can definitely say I would have dealt with it in terms of what I did with the newspaper clip of the 5th of March, and it would have increased my wary suspicions with regard to our relationship.
General, when you say the name of Babita Diakoran caught your attention, what exactly about it caught your attention?
Is that she was killed for exposing corruption. Is the matter that a whistleblower was killed and then they put the name Babita Diakoran.
And where did you get that information?
I can't recollect 100% because this is something that came here now, but I don't want to give an opinion that I can't substantiate, but that one I did know. You know, I think if I'm right, it might be on radio, on my way to work or what, but I don't want to assume, commissioners. I don't have a good recollection. This is something new that was brought by the advocate to me, but if I can't recollect, I don't want to come and make opinions, but I've already indicated, Commissioner, that should I have found this thing, and then I would have dealt with it in terms of that.
All right. Forget for now, for purposes of my discussion with you or my engagement with you, forget that you got the file this morning because I'm not speaking to this. I don't monitor the media, but I know that I had this in the news, like every South African watching TV. It was national news. I think that we can take as a common fact that it was in the news. It made national news, and that's the only way I became aware of this story. You became aware of this story, you say you think on radio. Now, my question really is, what about it on radio did you hear? You didn't just hear the name she was killed, because it was a big story. There was a fuller story to it, and I would like to understand what it is you say you had, whether on radio, whether on TV, but when you heard about this name and that she's been killed, what else about it did you hear?
A whistleblower, Commissioner, has been killed for exposing corruption.
And that story would have said what corruption and where, right?
I do not have a recollection of that, Commissioner.
You must, General. I'm going to press you on this. You must. I think you're being selective in what you want to say you remember, which is it was just that she was killed. There was always a complete story about this, explaining what it's alleged she had done, blew the whistle on, and who was implicated in that. And it's difficult to accept that you heard about this killing, but you didn't hear what it is that she's supposed to have blown the whistle on, and who are the people that are implicated. It's difficult to accept that you didn't hear that information.
Commissioners, I say a whistleblower has been murdered for exposing corruption in Tembisa Hospital.
Yes. So you knew it was corruption, it related to corruption at Tembisa Hospital?
Yes, Commissioners.
And you say what you did not hear is that corruption implicated, or the allegations implicated Mr. Madlala's company. That's a part that you say you didn't hear.
No, when you read today, Commissioners, this was read, when I read it, it is not Madlala alone that was implicated here. When I read these articles today.
Yes.
Yeah, so I realize Madlala is part of this. There's other people and companies that are mentioned, but prior, I was not privy to know that which companies, but what was said on the radio, as if I remember very well, traveling to work, was a whistleblower who was murdered for exposing corruption at Tembisa Hospital. And then in the radio, I think they were talking about a lot of topics and other things, but this one came out because, Commissioners, if I was to be selective, I don't have to be selective because I will admit to things that I heard about, but allow me not to admit to things that I didn't hear.
Okay.
And then allow me to give you the best recollection of my events as they were unfolding. But I want to plead that I must not be pressurized to give an answer that I don't know about. If I don't know, commissioners, I really don't know. It is my humble submission that please I do not want to be pressurized to say things that tomorrow might come and say, but at the commission, this is what you said.
Yes.
So,
General, the intention is not to pressurize you. I asked you simply this. This is all I asked you. I said, you heard on radio, on what you've just said, you heard on radio that Ms. Diokaran, a whistleblower, has been killed. That's, you say, I heard that on radio. 1. 2, you heard on radio, you say that she was killed for blowing the whistle on corruption at Tembisa Hospital. You say that's what you heard on radio. What I was testing with you, or what I was asking you, was you did not hear in those radio reports, you did not hear that Mr. Matlala's company is one, or the company that is implicated in the corruption at Tembisa Hospital. I was checking that part you say you did not hear. And
Correct.
the answer is yes, no. You
correct.
either heard it or you didn't.
I didn't hear that, Commissioner,
Thank
if you
you.
allow me to answer, but you said I will pressurize you to respond. That is why I said what I said, Commissioners.
Because I wanted a
That's
clear
what-
answer. I wanted a clear answer to make sure that I do understand your answer, that you heard Ms. Diokaran has been killed. She was a whistleblower on corruption at Tembisa Hospital. You heard that part. I wanted to be clear about that. And then finally, to be clear that your evidence is that you did not hear that Mr. Matlala's company was implicated by the whistleblower. That's all. It's that simple. I just wanted an
Correct,
answer to that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. General, I'm not going to move off these media clips because I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because, as I said, thanks to good journalism in this country, you couldn't avoid hearing about the developments in the investigation of this particular scandal. You couldn't avoid it. And you can see that as I take you through these particular articles. And as I said, this is a sample. And this is just what is posted online. There was radio and there was TV. And there were other forms of social media posts regarding this. So I'm going to go through it because this was on 20 December, this particular article. Now what we have is not only that Mr. Matlala was involved in the Tembisa scandal, but also that his company was raided and that he's been awarded a further tender, the one that we were discussing yesterday in the purchase orders related to the further tender. So there are more information is emerging. So this is on 20 December, and we've gone through the headlines of that. And again, you would have already read this, and you would have seen that it's a very detailed report. Can you go to page 28, the next article, which is 23 December? And the other thing you'll see is that the reporting on this is really every couple of days. There's something new that emerges. So 23 December, page 28, you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So now, if you just look at the headline summary, the first paragraph, businessman and entrepreneur previously linked to Tembisa Hospital, fraud investigations, it says, is now entangled in a case involving the kidnapping of a woman and a child. That's the first paragraph. You see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
The second paragraph says, following a raid at his home, where expensive watches, electronics, and guns were seized, Madlanga has launched court action to overturn unlawful police action. Do you see that?
I see it, Commissioners.
And then the third paragraph says his court papers provide a rare window into the dramatic raid and his connection to high-ranking officers after his company was awarded a police health services tender worth 360 million. Now, this article is now referring to additional information. This is now not just about a firearm inspection compliance at his office. This is a raid at his home. And you've said that you and Mr. Madlanga speak regularly and that you spoke about his struggles. Are you saying that you had no discussion with Mr. Madlanga about this raid on his home?
Yes, Commissioners, he never told me about the raid. I've already indicated that in my evidence in chief what he shared with me. And I've already indicated this morning, Commissioners, apologies, I was looking this side. Please bear with me. I also indicated this morning that he did inform me about the firearm inspection. Then I told him that if there's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry. So, Commissioners, I must indicate that even though the advocate is saying it doesn't make sense to her, but my job is to deal with investigations. I must focus at my province, KwaZulu-Natal. And I must tell you that even if my performance can be flagged here, over and above what I had highlighted here, in the country, the Republic of South Africa, for the past 3 financial years, excluding this one, the current one because it has not yet ended, the performance of my province, because I focus on my work, it was the one was 98% and the other two was 100% when we look into the serious commercial crime investigations. And I was carrying the country in order to achieve its objectives. You see, hence I said I don't patrol the media. And then if I came across these newspaper articles, I'm repeating again, I would have dealt with it, Commissioners, in line with what I did with the article of the 5th of March. And I would have sent it to him and ask him questions about it. So since this never came to my attention and the issue of that his company was linked to this exposure by a whistleblower that was murdered, may her soul rest in peace, I would have dealt with it in line with this, and it would have an impact in my relationship with him, Commissioners.
Can I just ask a slightly different question? Assuming you are correct that you did not look at the newspaper articles from December to February 2022, are you aware that Mr. Madlanga had a criminal record prior to you starting a friendship with him?
I was not aware, Commissioner. I became aware when it was read in the ad hoc, ad hoc committee, that there is this long list of criminal record.
Is it not a red flag that the head of the province for the Hawks is friends with people who have criminal records and he's unaware of it, or he chooses to ignore it? I don't know which is which. Is it not a red flag?
Commissioners, if you don't know anything, there's no red flag about it unless you were aware of it. And I must put it on record, Commissioners, that when you, in this room, I want to invite that is there anyone in this room when you have a friend, one goes and say, let me profile this friend of mine to see what type of a person he is. Even our partners, nobody does that. until in the police, you profile a person when he's a subject of investigation. You don't abuse the state resources. So if I'm saying, Commissioner, in short, I was not aware, and then I've never even profiled him.
So it doesn't bother you who you associate with. You say, if they don't tell me, they could be serial killers for all I care. I will be their friends until they tell me that they are serial killers. Is that your attitude?
You know, Commissioner, a serial killer, you might find we have inside here, I got training to that. A serial killer is a different type of a person who is a normal person within the societies and everything. And once he starts, that thing ignites. And then what will happen? He will go and kill. And then from there, he comes back after a certain period of time, it comes up again. And then that is a serial killer. But
General, I don't want you to avoid my question by trying to explain to me what a serial killer is. I was simply making an example that as head of province for the Hawks, do you not check the type of people you befriend or you associate with?
I do not profile them until if I know if there is anything sinister, then I'll start to ask questions. I'll start to engage the very same person that I'm I've befriended. And that, what about these things, as I've done with this article of the 5th of March, commissioners? You know, when a relationship is starting and it's moving, until such time you find things that are sinister, then that is when you start to do those type of things. But before that, I didn't. And my responsibilities here was to deal with crime in KwaZulu-Natal.
But this is now 6-7 years later. It's not at the beginning of the friendship.
Correct, commissioners. I didn't profile him or search for who is he, what has he done wrong with the law.
So it did not bother you that here is a person who's going into business with my son. I want to protect my son. Let me check him out to see if he has a criminal record, if my son is not entering into a business relationship with somebody who has a criminal record. All those things did not bother you.
Commissioners, I cannot go and profile a person if he does business with my son. There's a lot of other people that were doing business with my son. I didn't profile them. I became very worried once that thing was displayed at the ad hoc committee. So, on a serious note, commissioners, I think I've responded to that. I don't do that.
General, I think two questions for me from this. You say you got concerned when things came up at the ad hoc committee. Are you saying to us that before the ad hoc committee process, you never became aware from media reports that Mr. Madlanga is implicated in serious criminal conduct? For example, there's the alleged attempted murder of his former partner, for which ultimately I think he gets arrested. And there are other things that have been reported. Are you saying to us, until the ad hoc committee, you never became aware of those kind of serious allegations against him?
Commissioner, I was responding to the criminal records of Mr. Madlanga. But to come direct to your question, remember I testified yesterday about what General Mkwanazi talked about, this thing of attempted murder on the girlfriend. I became aware there, and then over and above that, he was eventually arrested. And then I said I completely cut ties with him. And another thing is the issue of, he says the police visited him to do the firearm inspections at his offices. So normally, under normal circumstances, we do not, as police, profile people that are not the subject of investigation. If a person is being profiled You take his ID, you take his fingerprints to check who he is and so forth. That person must be a subject of investigation. Other than that, with me, I won't do it because it is not correct.
Okay. He's your friend. You refer to him as my brother. So he's not just any person. He's not me in your life, right? He's someone close to you. You become aware in the media or whatever form, but you concede that you became aware, at least as far as I understand you, that there were allegations about his possible involvement in the attempted murder of his ex-partner. This is before he is arrested. You become aware of that. Is your evidence that even with that allegation, that in the public domain, you still do not check on your friend and brother to see what is it about him? What is his story? You still don't check. You're happy to ignore it and then carry on with your life until he is arrested.
Commissioner, check in the sense of?
To do a profile of him at that point, to go and look at his record. Why are these things being said about him? Are you saying, and please keep in mind that the questions are asked of you because you are head of the Hawks. You may be in KZN, but you are head of an important institution that deals with serious crimes. So the question is asked of you in that way. You're not an ordinary citizen. You're not a junior police officer. You have a friend/brother. Allegations are made about him in the public domain that he may be involved in an attempted murder. But there's more to it, but I'm happy to discuss it on the basis of just this one allegation. At that point, you still say that, well, I've no business investigating him or finding out about him, in fact, not investigate, but finding out more about this person who's so close to me, that I'm associating with, that I'm discussing personal matters and police business with. You still say at that point you think it's not your business to find out more about him.
Commissioners, according to what I heard in that meeting on the 15th of April, the matter was under investigation, and not by me, but by the people that the general knew, General Mkwanaz. So they are responsible to do the profiling and everything. I didn't want to go and profile and do other things. I can't profile a person that is not the subject of investigation. And I think I've already indicated that slowly but for sure, after the article of the 5th of March, I decided I was moving away, reversing away from him. I indicated it yesterday in my evidence. So what the commissioner is asking me, I didn't do it, Commissioner. I never went and profiled him.
Okay, just lastly, just to make sure, so that I make sure I understand your answer. Lastly, is your answer that even when you heard, let's say in that meeting with General Mkwanazi, that, he's being investigated for possible involvement in an attempted murder, even when you had it in that meeting, you decided, this has nothing to do with me. I see nothing wrong in continuing to associate closely with someone who is accused or who's being investigated, because you knew in that meeting that he's being investigated, you tell us. You're saying to us that you decided after that I don't care, it's fine. I'll continue to be friends with this person who's being investigated by the police, and I'll continue to discuss with him whatever business I want to discuss with him. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm saying, Commissioner, the Commissioner is saying associate closely. I've said after the 5th of March, I started to slowly moving out.
I'm sorry, I must interrupt you, General. I'm not talking about the 5th of March. I'm talking about the meeting with General Mkwanazi, which is in November already, if I'm not mistaken, and where you say to us, if you heard it for the first time, and I'm prepared for purposes of this engagement to accept that you had it for the first time in that meeting. So forget March, which is later on. What I'm checking with you, and really I think you can give me a yes/no answer here, that you hear in that meeting that Mr. Madlanga is being investigated by the SAPS for possibly involvement in an attempted murder. You hear that in that meeting, and you tell us in your statement. You hear that in the meeting. Is your evidence to us now that even after hearing that, you had no difficulty continuing to have him as someone close to you, that you discuss whatever business you continue to discuss with him without distancing yourself from him at that point? After that point, you were happy. You thought there's nothing wrong in your continued relationship with a suspect, is really the bottom line of what I'm asking you. And if your answer is a yes, I'm happy for you to say yes, and we move on.
Can I say this, Commissioners? It was the first time I heard about that investigation. And another division is investigating that matter. I don't interfere in that, number one. Number two is that I already indicated I was moving away to this relationship that I was having with him. It has already started. And, you know, when a person is being investigated, they say there is allegations of this. I didn't have more facts until he was arrested. So the commissioner wants to know is it still okay to continue friendship with that person? My response is that the process has already started for me to move away.
Okay, General, I'm going to accept to take your answer to my question as being, you did not see anything wrong. After you found out in that meeting with General Mkwanazi, if that was the first time you found out, after you found out there that he's being investigated by the SAPS for attempted murder, you saw nothing wrong. You didn't have a problem with the continuing relationship with him immediately after that meeting. I take that to be your answer because you refused to answer me directly. A question that I am confident is capable of a direct answer, yes, no. You've answered it many times, and I accept it as you say you saw nothing wrong in continuing that relationship. Thank you.
My answer still stands, Commissioner.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
termination of the relationship was in process.
General, take you back again to these news reports. We were looking at an article on the 23rd of December 2024 in which very serious allegations are made about your friend. And if you look at the next article, page 33, also 23 December 2024, similar allegations repeated in a different newspaper. Did you understand? I just want to make sure you understood my point earlier about the kind of coverage that this issue is receiving, and that because of that, one didn't need to patrol the media in order to become informed of this. Did you understand that point that I was making?
I do not have that.
Because you keep saying you didn't patrol the media, so I think that you maybe didn't understand me.
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have to understand something that I didn't see. I don't think it is a fair question. I can't understand something that I didn't see. You will make a finding about something that we have seen and read. But if you didn't see anything and read it, you can't make a finding or an opinion. Thank you, Commissioners.
You didn't understand what I was saying. But it's fine. Let's move on. My point remains that one did not have to patrol the media in order to become informed of all of these things that I'm putting to you. Do you understand that?
I have already said my business and focus was in KwaZulu-Natal to deal with the mandate of the DPCI KZN.
Yes, except that all of these media reports concern your friend, number one, and number two, concern matters that are very much related to your job.
Commissioners, if you didn't see anything, there's nothing that you can do. But if you saw something, and then it is within your mandate to deal with it, you need to deal with it. But I've already indicated, Commissioner.
You see, General, the problem is that you talk about this as if it related to someone you did not know at all. You have, or rather yesterday, you repeatedly referred to Mr. Mabandla not only as your friend, but also as your brother. You even, in isiZulu or isiXhosa, referred to yourself in relation to him as Ubhuti. Do you remember that?
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, this is something that concerns your younger brother, you, the Bhuti. It concerns your younger brother. It's not about somebody out there whom you do not know. See, that's what makes it difficult for me and I'm sure others to comprehend. Do you wish to comment on that?
Commissioner, if I didn't see it puts me in a difficult position to shall have dealt with it. So my answer still remains, Commissioners. I didn't see this newspaper clip. And in our deliberations, when I met with him, my younger brother, Ubhuti, he never highlighted this thing to me. The ones that you have highlighted, Commissioners, I have already given a response and an answer that this is the ones that he told me about.
You see,
okay.
In addition to the difficulty, but I'm sure Ms. Hassim will probably come to it and with more specificity. A theme that runs through your statement is that when it comes to anything concerning Mr. Mabandla, even when you look at the texts, you either do not recall or you do not know, and if it's a text staring you in your face, you will say, yes, I do read it now, but I just do not quite recall what this was all about. That's a theme that runs through your testimony. That includes even the events at the apartment in Durban. You were conveniently going up and down to refill your glass, and I do not know how quickly you gulp up your drink, that for the most part you would not have been with the people that we're discussing. So quite conveniently, the simple point I'm making, quite conveniently, the issues that relate to Mr. Mabandla and which appear to implicate him to some wrongdoing, conveniently, you distance yourself, you don't remember. Don't you find that strange? Do you not realize that we will find that strange, or to be strange?
Commissioners, I'm a human being. I'm subjected to the characteristics of a human being. If I don't remember, and then it gives the commissioners a concern, it is an unfortunate situation. You know, I'll tell the commissioners this. When I was talking about the theft of trucks in Port Shepstone, because one was making notes, doing everything, and then collecting statements and everything, I read, because I was requested to come and talk about it. Then those things reminded me. But in relation to what
Even,
we are
if-
talking
even
about
these,
here,
even these, you were requested to come and talk about them.
yeah, yes, Commissioner.
In the same way you were requested to come and talk about the theft of the drugs.
I went.
But with regard to these, you don't remember.
I
So
would-
far as they relate to Mr. Madlanga and possible complicity or alleged complicity, you don't remember.
Commissioners, what I was having in my possession is the documents that was sent to me as per Rule 3 from the Commission. And we came here, requested additional information that was provided for us. Whatever was provided to us, and then I looked into this. My phone, I indicated yesterday, we went into the outloud and everything. I couldn't get that. Only thing that I'm relying on is what the Commission has given me, because I didn't know one day me communicating or talking with Mr. Madlanga, one will end up here. But whatever I recall, I will gladly give the Commission. But whatever I can't recall, there's nothing that I can formulate and say this is what it is. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. So, staying in December 2024, you say nothing comes to your attention from the media in any form that implicates your friend. Don't close your bundle on the media because we're not done with it. But can you open, in addition, the exhibit file, 1 of 3, and can you turn to page 3? 3. So you'll see that these are the WhatsApp conversation between you and Mr. Madlanga. Do you see that?
Correct?
So on page 3, can you read the exchanges between you and Mr. Madlanga on that page? There's 4 exchanges.
Thank you, Commissioners. The first one says, "Good morning, brother."
And can you say what date that is?
28/12/2024. The second one is, "Good morning, Donna," on the 28th of December 2024. The third one on the very same date is, "I trust that you are fine under the circumstances."
Pause there. That is what you sent to Mr. Madlanga, 28 December 2024, right?
Correct,
You sent to him, "I trust that you are fine under the circumstances."
Correct, Commissioners.
So what were you talking about then? We've just gone through all of these stuff that's in the media. What did you mean under the circumstances?
It was after he told me that they took his firearms during the firearm inspections.
So all you knew about was the firearm.
That is what we were talking about here. I was referring to here.
Can you read the next message?
The guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this side. Monday I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore.
What did he mean by that? The guy I went to see really helped.
This one, that specific one, I can't recollect. But the next one, I realized that it was a third party that I referred to him to do the risk assessment on CAT VIP security while we were engaging on when we met.
Okay,
I don't know the guy that he went to see.
the
Because,
guy I went to see really helped. You don't know,
yeah,
don't remember.
yeah. And I don't want to assume as well, Commissioners.
And when he says, I'm starting with our project, he refers to our project. Is this a project between you and him, or that includes you and him?
Our project is the one that I proposed to him through a third person that needed to assist him.
That's the project.
Yeah,
So you were involved in a project with Mr. Matlala, but the nature of it was simply to give him a contact number.
it is not that I was involved in a project with him. I referred him to a third party to assist him with this project.
With which project?
The risk assessment. You know, when we talk, our language, when we talk outside here, you need to try and do a proper English so that everyone, when you talk, sometimes the use of the words, they have different meanings. Even if it is work, somebody might say project. So here, it was the third party that I've referred to him in order to assist him with the risk assessment.
And when he says nothing is disturbing me anymore, what did you understand that to mean?
I don't have an understanding. I believe he was ready to move with it.
He says nothing is disturbing me anymore. Doesn't it suggest that he was facing troubles and he was disturbed, but that now nothing is disturbing him anymore?
One can draw that inference, but what kind of troubles, if, as you are saying, advocate, I can't tell, but this is a project that I referred him to the third parties to assist him with the risk management in his VIP security company.
And you saw him soon after this exchange of texts?
Soon meaning?
Within a few days of this? Because he says, I will tell you about it whenever you come back this side, and then you say, I'm coming back that side tomorrow, a week.
Yeah, we never met when I came to Pretoria. It was during the festive seasons where this time, you see 28, 29, 30, we never actually met so that he can be able to tell me. And the issue of this project was in relation to the risk assessment of the security company. But when I came back home, we never met. Even if you can go through this follow-up WhatsApp messages, you know, around the second. If you look at the second in page 6, he says, I told him that I hope he celebrated a very good New Year, and then he said, let me know when you are around. Then I said, great. You know, we normally met as and when it is necessary, and when I come back to Pretoria, because I work in KwaZulu-Natal. When I come here, we will talk and meet and discuss whatever we needed to discuss, and then from there, even if he comes to Durban on his private things, sometimes he will tell me, I'm coming to Durban, find out me, I'm coming to Pretoria.
Thank you. General, I'm going to pause you there, not because I want you to be able to give that evidence, but we will come to the question of your visits. I just want to stick to the point of what I was asking you, which is about these exchanges and this project. So, and him saying nothing is disturbing me anymore, you saying this related to the risk assessment of his company, and that company was CAT VIP Protection.
Yeah.
And you had discussions with him regarding risk assessment of that company.
I'm saying I have referred him to a third party.
I heard that. Are you saying we referred him to a third
finish?
party without any discussion with him?
Can you allow me to finish responding to your question? Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. I won't be able to make it what exactly is the question. So I'm saying this is the message he sent me. As far as I can recollect, is that the project that is referred here is the issue of the risk assessment commissioners of his security company. You know, in our deliberations, we'll talk about the risk assessment, check if this, for example, if you're going to run short of personnel and then you have a contract to deal with, how are you going to mitigate that risk or red flag? Now, other things that if you say, I'm starting with our project, nothing is disturbing me anymore, actually, it's a problem for me to respond. Maybe he must explain it, but for me, I'm drawing an inference for the benefit of the commission. But he will have to tell all those his challenges that are no more disturbing him. But if I can think of, as I indicated earlier, in that the visit of the 19th of December where they took his firearms, I know it was a problem for him because it has also, came as a risk that now the firearms are gone. How, if you get a client, what is it that you will do? Thank you, Commissioners.
So what would help us is if you answered my question and then explained. I have no problem with you taking time and giving explanations. What is derailing us a little bit is not answering the question and dealing with side issues. So listen to me and answer the question, and then I have no problem with you expanding on your answer. So you've just said that you discussed with him risk assessment of his company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is in the context of his company being named as linked to tender fraud and criminal activity. That would be a serious risk. Not so?
Not that kind of a risk, Commissioners. We never discussed that kind of a risk here in December 2024.
But you accept that that would be a very serious risk. Your name and your company is in the media linked to tender fraud and other criminal activity.
That is your...
That would be a very serious risk.
Sorry, General. I don't understand the question now to be about whether that is what you and Mr. Mabandla discussed. The question is, would something of this nature be a serious risk?
For the company to be involved in serious allegations of...
Yeah, of fraud, tender fraud.
It might be listed as a risk. It might be. But it's upon him if that is going to pose the risk, not me saying it is a risk.
See, General, you're advising him on conducting risk assessment of his company.
Okay.
You've accepted that. You've also told us you discussed the issue of the firearm compliance inspection that happened and the risk that that may pose and what he needs to do. But are you saying that even though you discussed that aspect of the risk to his company, there was no discussion of the risk that's posed by his company being named as being part of a tender fraud? Is that what you're saying?
The security company?
Yes. VIP, what you've just said, VIP Protection Services. Isn't that the name of the company?
That is the name of the
Yes.
company. What is the question again?
You said you had discussions with Mr. Mabandla about conducting risk assessments on his company, right?
Yeah. Yes, Commissioners.
And you said as part of that discussion, you spoke about the firearm inspection that took place at his company, correct?
I was giving you an example.
You were giving me an example. I'm giving you another example of a risk to the company that was very evident to anybody, which is that the company and Mr. Matlala were named as being linked to tender fraud and other crimes. And I'm asking you whether you are saying that that particular risk didn't come up in your discussions on risk assessment.
Correct, it didn't come out.
General, perhaps the more helpful way, and I'm aware that it's 11 o'clock, let me pose my question anyway, and then we can deal with it when you come back, you can respond. Perhaps the more helpful way is for you to explain to us what was the risk assessment that you advised he should get, because in any institution there are different areas of risk. So you must tell us what is the risk assessment that you said he must seek, because then only when we know what risk was being assessed, then we can make sense of he's telling you, accepting when he says my problem is now solved, I can get on with my project, because then you know exactly what he's talking about. So perhaps over the break, try and remember what it is that you said is the risk that he must speak to this third party for assessment.
Can I?
When we come back, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So you are being given
Thank you.
quite some time to ponder. Let's adjourn until 1:15. General, there's the question that was posed by my colleague, Commissioner Baloyi. Please respond.
Thank you, Commissioner. The risks that I have advised Mr. Matala about is in relation to management of absenteeism. I was just applying my knowledge from my own experience where I come from. Management of absenteeism, should you have a serious problem in terms of members, your own personnel becoming sick, how are you going to mitigate that if, let's say, this number of people are sick and then you are unable to meet the requirements of a client? How are you going to deal with that? That is from my own advice that I was giving. And then another one, it is an issue of shortages in terms of resources in relation to if you get work and then you find out you get another work here and another work here at the same time because you are doing protection. How are you going to get additional resources and distribute them so that you must be able to meet the requirement of the clients? But there are people who are specializing in other things. With us, we also have a number of risks and so forth. But these are things that you need to look at. And so I introduced him to a third party who has knowledge on also the actual security work, because me, I only knows mostly police work, but security, I'm not very much clued or highly clued up about the operations, because there's protection, like the bodyguards moving away with you. There are people who goes and got buildings and everything. And then I was just talking about, in general, about that and say, you know, when you do run a business, even us at the department, we do have risks. But you must be able to look into this kind of risks, because the issue of management of absenteeism, the issue of dealing with shortages of resources, in the sense of manpower and vehicles, and then when people are off sick and so forth, you get more work, how to deal with it. Is that what I sometimes deal with it where I work? That is the things that I was telling him about. But more so, there are people who can assist you to enlighten you about other risks. Then I link him to a person who has a security, I think not has a security, who knows these things of risks in terms of my knowledge.
Those are very specific risks or topics that you advised him to get assistance on. What did you know about his business at this point as relates to those two issues? That you deemed it necessary for him and his business to be advised or to get this risk assessment. What did you know?
There was nothing that was actually a risk by then. The only thing that I knew, it is when his firearm were seized. But when we were talking about this, it was a general talk that I have suggested to him, but in actual fact, in terms of these two topics, there was nothing that prompted that we have to do this. It was an issue of me discussing and saying, these are some of the issues when you're running a business. From my perspective, I'm not a business person, I'm a police officer, but these are the things that you may look at. And then he was comfortable and happy and said, hi, thank you. So those are some of the issues that we were discussing, commissioners.
So if you look at the same bundle that you've been discussing with Ms. Hassan and you go to page 2 of it.
Which bundle, Commissioner?
The one of 3, the very one that you were looking at page.
Oh, the big one.
3. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
At page 2, you were discussing page 3 with Ms. Hassan, but in fact, it seems to start at page 2, where he says the penultimate WhatsApp message. He says he's the one that writes to you on the 25th of December at 17:18. He says, "Merry Christmas, Nduna. Sorry that night I met that guy very late, could not even notify you. I'm coming back again tomorrow, though he needs to give me feedback." Does that message have anything to do with the messages on the 28th?
No, I don't think so, Commissioner.
Okay, this is a different guy.
I can't even say which guy is this one.
Okay.
But
It's a different person.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, you don't need to say any more about it. Ms. Hassan will deal with it. Let's then go to that page 3 that you were looking at. So when Mr. Matala says to you, "The guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you're back this side Monday. I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore." What did you say you understood this to be when he says the guy I went to see? Because you say the guy he referred to here is the person, the third party you referred him to. Did you understand him to say he's now discussed the risks in his company as you identified them, the two with the guy that he went to see, and now that they have discussed those risks, nothing disturbs him anymore? Is that how you understood this message relating to those two risks that you identified?
No, Commissioner. I don't know what was he discussing with the guy he went to see when he said he will come back and tell me. This topic never surfaced again, because after here, for me, I did tell him that this is what you need to look at when you deal with the risks. But the guy he went to see here that really helped him, I don't have a recollection whether it was directly regarding the very same risks that I have explained to him.
Okay, so you don't know whether the guy he refers to here is the risk person, risk assessor. You don't know.
Correct.
And you didn't ask him, what guy are you talking about? Because in the very next page, you say, "That's great news, my brother," which suggests you know what he's talking about. Either because you have the context to where he says the guy I went to see really helped, or you had a conversation with him, another conversation where he told you what this is about. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that you say, "That's great news, my brother," when you have no idea what he's talking about.
Commissioners, there were several issues that we've been discussing. This one is specifically the one on page 3 for the risks. But now, I hear you, Commissioner, when you go to page 4. You know, there are other issues that we're discussing are too private that I can't disclose here. That are too private to an extent that it's traditional issues that we were talking about, other issues, and then I want to request that I do not want to disclose those things here because they are very personal.
Yeah.
And that is why here I don't want to mislead the Commission and say this one relates to that one.
Okay.
So
I'm not asking you at this stage to disclose anything, General, that you haven't yet disclosed. I'm simply trying to understand. At page 3, you said, "I earlier understood you to be saying," and I may have misheard, "I earlier understood you to be saying the guy referred to in that WhatsApp message is the risk assessment person you referred him to. Now, in my exchange with you, you say you actually don't know. You didn't know what he's referring to. So you can't chop and change. It's either you knew what he's talking about or you didn't know what he's talking about." And my question is, well, you didn't know what he's talking about. You did not, in fact, what you do, General, he writes to you at 08:24, 21 seconds. You respond immediately at 08:25:46. So that's your very next message. You say, "That's great news, my brother." Okay? And if you didn't know, the simple point I'm making is that if it is true that you didn't know what he's speaking to, at where he says the guy, you don't know what guy he's referring to, then the response at page 4, which comes within a minute or less than a minute, which comes through, then it doesn't make sense. That unless you are telling us that there was a telephone call in between where you discussed other matters, then it will make sense that, well, you were saying that's great news because you're referring to something else that you discussed on the phone, which doesn't seem to be the case here. It looks like you were responding to his message that you say you didn't know what it was about.
Can I respond,
Yes, please,
Commissioner?
please.
The issue of the guy that he went to see and help, I didn't know. I don't know. Now, the issue of that's great news, my brother, is in relation to this issue of the risk assessment, that he is able to continue with it.
So even though he doesn't speak to you on WhatsApp about the risk assessment, he doesn't, not on this. We don't have a record of him speaking to you about his visit to the risk assessment person or his meeting with the risk assessment person. You say at page 4, you respond and say, "That's great news, my brother," because you are now talking about the risk assessment person, even though he's not said anything about the risk assessment person.
Yes, Commissioners. I
Yeah.
was responding to the issue of the risk assessment, not to the issue of the guy I went to see really helped me. You know, when we talk, Commissioner,
No, before you tell us when you talk, General, let's stick to this.
I was.
No, we need to
sorry.
understand the sequence of your communication with Mr. Matala. We have a WhatsApp message. You are not denying it. You say, "I did receive it." You say, "I received," where he says, "The guy I went to see really helped." You tell us you don't know what he's talking about. That's at 08:24:21. You say, "I received this message. I don't know what he's talking about, the guy. I don't call him to find out what are you talking about. I don't WhatsApp him to find out what are you talking about." But you respond within less than a minute, because the one is at 08:24, the guy, where he tells you about the guy. You respond at 08:25:46. It's less than a minute. You say, "That's great news, my brother. I'm coming back that side tomorrow, a week." You say that. Now, it doesn't make sense, General, with respect, for you to say, "I was responding to him about the risk assessment guy," when there's no mention of a risk assessment guy anywhere here. It doesn't make sense at all. And it doesn't make sense because it's not true what you're saying. You know what that guy was. That's why you respond, and I put that to you. You knew and understood what the reference to the guy I went to see helped. You understood exactly what that message was about.
I deny that.
And then you, in context, say, "That's great news." And an attempt to say to us, you were responding to an invisible message about a risk assessment guy when you say that's great news is simply untrue, General. You're being untruthful with us.
I deny that I'm untruthful to the Commission, and that is the interpretation of the Commissioner. But I'm saying I was responding to the issue that we've been talking about earlier, me and him, regarding the risk assessment. Now, the issue of the guy, when you look at it, according to me, it's two things that he was referring to here. Is the guy, is the issue of the project. The project is the issue of the risk assessment. So, Commissioners, I know when you read, you will have your perspective of what it is written here. But with me, I'm telling you what exactly it is that we're talking about, even though you don't see that there is a topic or heading that will say risk assessment or whatever. You will see as we proceed with the messages. There will be those messages that are not very much clear. But if I recollect, I will assist the Commission. If I don't recollect, I don't recollect. But that is what it is, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms.
Thanks, Commissioner. General, you said that as part of the risk assessment, you've given us some other topics of risk assessment you discussed, but also you said part of it was the seizure of the firearms, right? Right? I'm just confirming that because you said that not long ago.
I said that was one of the problems he was having.
Yes,
the
I'm just
seizure of the
confirming
firearm.
that. Yes.
But that you can't mitigate that risk. Because if the police have taken them, there is nothing that one can do.
Right.
Yeah.
So the seizure of the firearms took place by the raid that we referred to in these media articles a moment ago, earlier this morning. The raids by organized crime intelligence, General Khumalo's people. So you knew about the seizure of the firearms, but you say you didn't know how they were and where they were seized and by whom. That you didn't discuss. All you knew is that they were seized.
I testified before this commission that he informed me about the seizure of the firearms because the DFO, they were coming to do the inspection. They found that something was wrong in relation to the keys. But who are these people? I don't know. He never told me who they are. And even myself, I don't know those people who went to his offices.
So he told you about part of the seizure story, but not all of it.
What do you mean?
You're saying all you know about the seizure of the firearms is what you've told us.
He told me about it, and I'm relating to the commission what he informed me about. And what I told him is, in our discussions, I said, if there's nothing wrong with you, let the DFO deal with his job.
Okay, let's move on back to the media reports. We were looking at December, and then you'll see on page 37, 5 January 2025, and here the heading is Tender Tycoon withdraws application against SAPS to have Rolex, guns returned. You see that?
I see it, Commissioners.
Okay. You stick to your version that you didn't know anything about this.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Then we go to page 42. Now this is where you say now you did become aware of the media. And this is on 5 March 2025.
Page 40?
Page 42.
2. I'm there.
Okay, so this is the article that was sent to you by Mr. Madlanga on 5 March 2025. Okay?
What is the question, Advocate?
I just want to make sure you're there. Are you at page 42?
Yes, I am at page 42.
Okay, all right. So the first paragraph, and let me just start with this.
Sorry, Commissioners. You Advocate, I wanted to understand something that I missed.
Yes, General.
Commissioner's Advocate says This article, Mr. Madlanga sent it to me. That's what you said?
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
On the 5th of March.
Correct.
Advocate Hassim, can you please do the necessary cross-referencing? I also had similar questions in my mind. That is, refer us to where Mr. Madlanga is sending this.
Oh, okay. That's fine, no problem.
Yes.
It's page 27 so the exhibits file 1 of 3. It's the one you already have open, Chair. It's the WhatsApp conversation.
Advocate Hassim, the issue I think seems to be that General Senona says he's the one who sent it, not the other way around. So maybe if you can just clarify
I see.
that. I think that's the...
Sorry, no, I mean that you sent to Mr. Madlanga.
Commissioners, I wanted to indicate that that is not correct. This is the article I have sent today to Mr. Madlanga. So
you sent, okay.
I see that, Commissioner, what is happening, but thank you very much for clarification.
Oh, thank you. So I still needed the cross-reference.
No problem, Chair. I'm glad to be of assistance. So it's page 27. That is the article that you sent to Mr. Madlanga. Yes?
Yeah, this is the article.
Yes, and that is reproduced at page 42 in the media bundle.
Yeah, the way Commissioners, it is reproduced here, I didn't have this context. But my context, it's
there
gone.
It is.
It's gone. No, my context is depicted in page 27 of the exhibit bundle.
Yes.
The context that I forwarded to him. But this is what I've sent to Mr. Madlanga. But this one that is depicted here on page 42 of media clips, I didn't see this, but it seems maybe they went further to check other things and found also the photo of
No,
Mr.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, General Senona. That article is a copy of that. If you click on that link, News 24, that article.
Yeah.
So we provided you with this. It's exactly the same. If you copy and paste the link that you sent him into a web browser, this is the article, and we printed it out for you, and it's at page 42.
I don't dispute, Commissioners, that I have sent this thing, but I utilize a phone, not a laptop. Hence, I'm saying this picture never appeared before me when I sent him this picture. But I just read this one, you see this one on the page 27 of bundle of documents. So I'm not saying I didn't send it, but I'm saying what I have sent is depicted here on the bundle of exhibit 9. What is this?
Yes,
General Senona, can we please be serious? In paragraph 72 of your statement, you say, I will admit that the News 24 article concerned me. So you must have seen the article because you are referring to the article. In whatever format, whether it was on a phone or on a laptop or in a newspaper, you must have seen the article.
I don't dispute me sending the article.
Yes.
When it appears on me, it was like this. But hopefully, the advocate explained. You went, you click, you browse, you do that, and this comes out. Because when you look at it, the one on the bundle, it says, how tender magnate handed 360 million police deal to place holder director. And then that is when I started to have that consent, and then we started to talk over the phone.
Yes, and that's exactly what it says at page 42 of the media. If you look at the article, it says how tender magnate handed 360 million in police deal to placeholder director. It's the same article.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Can we deal with the article now?
We can.
Thank you. So let's look at the article. The first paragraph, again, there's the summary in bold, right?
Correct.
The first paragraph reads, Vusimuzi Matlala, a businessman and entrepreneur allegedly linked to Tembisa Hospital extraction syndicates, was first identified by whistleblower Babita Deokran 3 weeks before she was killed. So you said you didn't know about this. The only thing that you knew on the 5th of March was this issue about the director, a change in directors. You didn't know anything else about Mr. Matlala's criminality. Do you recall that you said that?
I said I
Alleged.
said,
Alleged at this stage. You said criminality. I'm
Well,
saying
criminality in the sense of a criminal conviction, and yes, alleged criminality in the context of this article.
Commissioners, when I responded to this, I said this had to do with the changing of a directorship of a company that the police has given him, and then why changing the directorship? And then we had engagement.
Yes, so I'm saying that's right, that's what you said. You said all that you were aware of, all that concerned you was that issue of the directorship. Right? So you're confirming that.
No, you want me to respond, but that is your inference. I'm saying
No.
when I testified, I said I saw that he changed the directorship of this, and then we had conversations about this.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is, when I asked you whether you had knowledge of other alleged criminality of Mr. Matlala, you said all that concerned you at this time, all that you knew about, was this 5 March article that dealt with the issue of this director replacement. Do you remember that?
I remember that, Commissioners.
Thank you. But I'm saying to you, General, that the article says a lot more than just raising this issue of the change in directors. In the very first paragraph, it talks about Mr. Matlala being linked to the Tembisa Hospital extraction syndicates. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
Second, the second paragraph says, while under investigation by the SIU and Hawks,
I see that.
Matlala landed a 360 million rand tender. And then it says, on the same day, News 24 exposed him as the controversial controlling mind behind the company. He resigned his directorship and was replaced. Now, General, it's not true that you didn't know about these other activities, these other allegations against Mr. Matlala, isn't that so?
Commissioners, if they clicked on these articles and went further and this came out, I must admit that I did read this. Now I recall, because the advocate is talking about these things that are listed here. When you click and go further, it is important that you sometimes be made to recall certain things. But if you recall, you must say it and assist the commission. That is why when you look at my affidavit, I said this thing became too wary of me with the relationship. And then we had serious engagement there. So then maybe there and there, I became aware, and we had serious deliberations, me and him.
And you now know that your own organization is investigating him.
I now know, yes.
No, you knew it on the 5th of March.
Yes.
Because it said so in this
Look,
article.
this is from the news clip, but I was not privy to the content of the investigation. It is this clip, I became aware here, but it is not what you call within my own space, my own organization, yes.
I'm sorry, what do you mean it's not within your own space? When you saw this article and you see you are the provincial head of the Hawks in KZN, your friend is being investigated by the Hawks. What did you do about that?
Hence, I said I became wary, and then I started to withdraw gradually my relationship with the commissioners.
Did you make any further inquiries within the Hawks about these allegations against Mr. Matlala?
I didn't do any further inquiries with that.
Why not?
It's not a common practice unless you are privy to the investigation, as I indicated earlier, that when we sit in the National Project Committee forum, they discuss certain things, and this specific project was never discussed there. And then normally, even if I have certain things that I'm dealing with, that the investigation is within that province, we don't do that. We allow them to continue with the investigations.
Yes, but this concerns Mr. Matlala, who is a friend of yours.
I agree, it concerns him.
Right. So do you think it's appropriate, as the provincial head of the Hawks, to continue your association with Mr. Matlala in the circumstances that this article exposes?
I told the commission already that from there I grew wary. I started to move away gradually. And I must indicate that, you see, what you were saying, what the advocate was saying, commissioners, that why I didn't inquire from the Hawks and everything. If I did that, today it will amount to interference. Because you see a newspaper clip, you phone the Hawks, then what will be your questions about that? It will amount to interference. Sometimes when people are being investigated, let the law take its course. And then without you interfering. Because some of the things that I'm accused of here, commissioners, is just I protected Mr. Matlala, utilized my office to protect him. If now I'm compelled to say why you didn't do this, I didn't do it because some of the things today, if it happened, it will amount to interference and protection.
No,
so,
no.
Commissioners.
General Senona,
yes,
it's a simple case of saying, what is the investigation about? Because I don't want to be associated with somebody who's involved with serious criminal activity. That's all it is. You're not interfering with the investigation. You're simply distancing yourself from somebody who's being investigated for serious crime. It's as simple as that. Why do you assume that it would have amounted to interference?
It is because...
Before you answer, can I please just add on to the Commissioner's question? Okay. Because more than that, in your position, you could have provided assistance to the Hawks investigation because of your proximity to Mr. Matlala. Now you can answer both.
Commissioner, that under the context that the Commissioner has explained now, it never crossed my mind because normally when investigations are happening, it is on a need-to-know basis. And that is why I said the issue of confidentiality is paramount somewhere in my affidavit. So when one picks up a phone and asks you about an individual that is under investigation with another province, it raises suspicions that what is this person, what does he want to know about this? We don't do that normally, unless if the PCMC has picked it up and linked this investigation to another province, then you can start to engage. So that, under the context of the Commissioner, it never crossed my mind to do that. I didn't take it in that way. I just left it so that they can investigate free.
And
fair.
the article mentions 2 other offenses. Advocate Hassim has mentioned 3. The 4th one is that Madlanga was questioned by the police and his business and home were raided. 5, Madlanga's business won a contract using falsified information.
Yes, Commissioner. What is the question, Commissioner?
So you can see that he's being investigated by the SIU, by the Hawks, by the SAPS, and you continue to associate with him. In fact, you continue to assist him in his business ventures.
If we look after the 5th of March on the WhatsApp commissioners, I have indicated in my affidavit that I became wary of his conduct, and from that time I started to withdraw. Maybe I don't know how to put it, but after that I started to withdraw slowly to go out of this relationship, commissioners.
I think that's not correct. We will go through that, but let me just say, first of all, that is not a candid response, because what we know, and we spent some time on yesterday, is that you were part of a meeting on the 15th of April, well over a month after receiving this article, reading this article. You were in a meeting in which you were trying to assist Mr. Madlanga with his contractual problems. That doesn't indicate somebody who is withdrawing. Wouldn't you agree?
Commissioner, I deny that I was assisting him. He asked me to accompany him. And accompanying somebody does not necessarily mean assisting. And there, his issues, he was talking to General Mkwanazi. And I didn't arrange that meeting. I've testified and it's there in my affidavit. I don't think it is fair if I'm told that I was assisting, whereas the man himself said he asked me to accompany him there. My interpretation of accompanying does not go.
General, is this not engaging in semantics now? You have said from March you began distancing yourself, and that culminated in you cutting him off, and that's from March. And now you say that him asking you to accompany him is not assistance. Let's say he spoke isintu and said, "Ndicela undikhaphe ke kopa utsamayele nna." I'm going to see. Okay, let's say even the rest, which is in English now, was also in Sesotho or Setswana or Sepedi. I'm going to see, or I'm going to meet General Mkwanazi. So that's a request. Ndicela undikhaphe ke kopa utsamayele nna. Agreeing to that, that's assistance. It's something that he wants, so that's assistance. I think you are engaging in semantics to try to say you were not assisting him.
General, in fact, in your statement, it's more than just accompanying him. In your statement, you say, I went to give him moral support. So it's more than just, we am kappa, to use the chairperson's language. You're going to give him support. That's to assist him.
That's assisting.
I believe that is the interpretation of the
It's not an interpretation. It's
Sorry.
not an interpretation. That's what you yourself say.
But
It's your language, it's your language, General. Let's not debate that. When you put it down that way, you said, Mr. Madlanga had requested I accompany him for moral support, as he was not comfortable meeting alone at that stage. It's your words, so you understood the true purpose, at least on paragraph 62. The true according to you, the purpose of you being there was to give him moral support, that is to assist, General.
And that is long after March, when you are wary of him, wary of communications from him. So long after you are continuing to assist. Can you now respond to the question by Advocate Hassim without engaging in semantics, please?
I did accompany him.
And you were rendering assistance, General.
If that is the case, let it be.
And to close this off,
It's your language, your own language. It's not a case of letting it be, General. Your own language. You are going to give him moral support. He asks you to accompany him, and you say you did because you are giving him moral support. That's assisting him, is it not?
Moral support and assisting him with his problems is different, but it's support in terms of the moral assistance in terms of the moral support. I will agree to that, Commissioners.
That's fine.
Especially because you preface it with assistance with the moral support. So you are assisting.
Thank you.
That's the long and short of it. Correct?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and I wanted to close it off, sorry, Advocate Hassim. You say in your statement that it was in relation to purchase orders. So it was in relation to his business ventures. It was not just a friendship moral support. It related specifically to his business venture, the purchase orders.
Correct, Commissioner. It was in relation to purchase orders. But it must be noted that I didn't participate in that type of engagement in that meeting, although I was present there. But the meeting was in relation to purchase orders. That is my response there.
So we must basically,
Sorry.
so we must basically take what you say about beginning to distance yourself from March already. We must take that with a pinch of salt, and that's an understatement. Do you agree?
It's not an understatement, Commissioner, because we will deal with issues differently as human beings. But me, I was gradually. I have never said I cut, gradually.
And when did you eventually cut? If you ever did, when did you eventually cut?
I did, Commissioner.
When?
After, I think just before, it should be, he was arrested sometimes in May, and then you'll see after that meeting with General Mkwanas.
Yes,
So-
Can I be protected if I have
Yes.
to respond? And then, do I have your protection,
Oh,
Commissioner?
sorry, yes, protection
Because,
from myself. Yes,
yeah.
General, you are entitled to it. Thank you
I
very
see
much.
that it seems
You are entitled
I
to it.
look like
And-
an accused
and-
person,
and
so
I-
that's why I'm asking for protection.
And I
Because I
apologize.
understand I'm a witness here.
And I
A
apologize.
witness, thank you, Commissioner.
I
A witness can be
apologize.
chastised, but clarity needs to be given and so
I
forth.
apologize most profusely.
Siyabonga, Baba.
Thank you.
Sorry, is there something else? Because I wanted to ask you a question about still about the support. Can I, before we go anywhere else?
I thought, General, you asked for protection because you were still speaking, so I thought you were going to continue speaking.
Yeah, no, I rather maybe let her talk, Commissioners.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the witness to be still speaking. So if you want to say something, please do.
No, I'm fine, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
It might be because I'm looking at you as you asking questions and I didn't see the witness. So you must feel that you've got ample opportunity to provide whatever responses you wish to make, General.
I've already said I'm fine, Commissioners.
Good, thanks. So, sorry, just on this 15th April meeting, it is not just a question of the moral support and being there and the presence. You also assisted Mr. Madlanga in the following sense, that you did not report that meeting to the SAPS. Isn't that so?
He said, I did not
You did not report.
the
Yes.
meeting to the SAPS.
Yes, you didn't report.
The provincial commissioner was present. To who do I report to? Because I must tell him about the meeting. He was there. Mena, it's me who reported this here at the commission. To show that I've got nothing to hide. It's me who brought this thing here at the commission. The general was here, he never brought this here. So I think that needs to be taken seriously into consideration. Thank you, Commissioner.
That will be, but you testified yesterday about the independence of the Hawks from the SAPS, correct?
Operational independence commissioners.
I don't know what distinction you're trying to make, but what I'm trying to put to you is that the Hawks is an independent organization with specific responsibilities. So you bore a responsibility in your position as provincial head of Hawks, quite apart from whatever duties General Mkhonazi bore. Don't you agree?
I don't agree with you because I've testified before this commission about what type of independence is the Hawks having. It is supposed to be a totally independent. I even indicated the Glenister case yesterday. So I don't know what is the rationale of your question that I didn't report this to the police. The provincial commissioner was present in that meeting.
Yes, but you needed to report the provincial commissioner to his superior.
To his superior.
Correct.
Maybe he should have reported me as well to my superiors.
That may be so. I'm not asking about him. He will have his own questions to answer. I'm asking you.
I didn't report to him, to his superiors. I reported here at the commission. I waited for my time to come and report it here because whatever was discussed, let me say, the issue of the constitution of this commission is related to certain issues. And then eventually, Mr. Madlanga is also part and parcel of the person who's being accused of wrongdoing or being in contravention with the law. So I chose to come and report it here.
But in 15 April 2025, this commission was not in existence. It wasn't even on the horizon.
Absolutely true. It was not in. It has not yet been established by then. So
No, there was no Madlanga commission on the 15 April 2025. There was no reason for you to think that there was going to be a commission where you could come and then report. Why did you not report it at the time?
commissioners, reporting a meeting to my superiors. And then what was I supposed to say in that meeting? In the report. Maybe you must assist me because I've already testified yesterday here. You asked me questions about the issue where the general was talking about the case docket of the attempted murder. And then I also gave a response. What was my taking in relation to what transpired there? So what is it that I was supposed to report? That the provincial commissioner met with Mr. Madlanga, doing what? I didn't see any need. And then I think commissioners, I have responded to this question. I didn't report it.
Yes, you didn't report it, I get it. This was after you've sent him the article 5 March. That's the context in which I'm asking you this. When you now knew all of these allegations against Mr. Madlanga and the problem with this particular contract. But you've given your answer, and I'll accept that.
Can I just ask this, General? Do you not see anything wrong with a business person going to see a provincial commissioner of police and saying to him, if you help me get purchase orders to help my business, I will help you with something? Do you not see anything wrong with that? Because you seem to suggest that this is a normal meeting of people sitting and having drinks and there's nothing to report. He went there to get assistance because he was not getting purchase orders from SAPS. And according to you, he wanted General Mkhwanazi to help him to get purchase orders. And presumably he was going to give General Mkhwanazi something in return. Do you not see anything wrong with that?
Commissioners, I want to disagree with the first statement, that he went to the general to get assistance of the orders and then in return of him giving him something. I'm saying he asked me to accompany him, of which we dealt with that earlier, to the meeting. The main issue that he asked me today, he said what was going to be discussed is the problems with the orders. Now, in the meeting, issues were discussed between him and the general there. And then there was no, I didn't hear, let me put it this way, I didn't hear a conversation that says, help me with the purchase orders and then I will, in exchange of this. That I heard it, I read it here when they give us the transcripts of Mr. Madlanga from the ad hoc committee, that there were questions of that nature. So, as for me, I didn't hear that. The only thing that I presented before this commission is the issue of the attempted murder case, commissioners.
No, General, you state it as your knowledge in paragraph 64 of your order, of your statement. You say, my knowledge, however, is as follows. Then you set out the 3 paragraphs.
Paragraph
64. And you say, General Mkhwanazi agreed to assist Madlanga to get purchase orders from Lieutenant General Nkua. It is there.
I said I disagree with that. He agreed to assist him with purchase order in return of something. That is what the commissioner said. And this one here, I do not disagree with it. It is there. I don't disagree with this one. And it must be also remembered that it is not me who arranged this meeting. Maybe Mr. Madlanga will come and clarify who arranged the meeting before this commission.
Let's leave it there.
Are you moving away from this article? I'd like to ask a question.
Well, I'm not moving away from this issue. Are you wanting to ask something about the article, Commissioner?
Yes, it's about the article.
Go ahead.
General, how did you testified earlier that you don't monitor the media, and that's your explanation why you didn't become aware of the full details of the whistleblowing, what it was about, and in particular that Mr. Madlanga's company was one of the companies on which Ms. Diokeren blew the whistle. You explained I don't monitor the media. You become aware of this article. It's of sufficient interest to you to send to Mr. Madlanga that you're discussing now with Ms. Hassan. How come you became aware of this article?
I happened to be on News 24 on that day just to check. I clicked there, and then the media came. The media thing came. That's how I happened to know. But okay, I normally don't go in and out of this media space because
this was not the only day. It wasn't the first time that you just randomly went on to News 24. It's something that you would do from time to time.
There were days before that I didn't have it because you are subscribing. And some of these issues, when you are not subscribing, it will appear, but when you click on it, it doesn't open. So I think in the previous year, I was subscribing, but it will happen that when I see something that of interest, because when you go to your WhatsApp, you deal with it. Sometimes you go to your what you call News 24 commissioners.
So in this, sorry, finish. You can finish.
So as a result of that, I happened to find this one.
Okay. So in this period, you were subscribing.
Correct.
There was subscription.
Correct,
Okay. And in that period, you, from time to time, would check News 24 and if you check others as well.
Not necessarily from time to time, but you will find out that when time permits, you will go there.
Yes.
Yeah. Not always. A day or 2 or 3 might pass for me not looking into that.
Yes, all I'm checking with you is this was not the only time when you saw this article. This was not the only time that you happened to check News 24.
It was the only time when I saw this newspaper clip. Yes, it was not the only time me checking News 24.
All right, no, thank you. That answers my question. What is it about this article when you sent it to Mr. Madlanga? What was the reason about the content of this article that made you send it to Mr. Madlanga?
It made me worry.
No, I mean the subject, because as Ms. Hassim has read to you, the subject, the lines, the first, at page 42, it raises different issues. What in fact did you have in mind, or did you consider that made it worthy sending to Mr. Madlanga?
I was worried about what was in the newspaper clip. Oh, no, sorry, not newspaper, on the News 24. I beg your pardon. Yeah. And that is where I challenged him about the content of that.
So you I'm trying to understand whether, when you say you were worried about the article and you challenged him, did you talk to him about him being part of extraction syndicates, as this article says that he was identified as that? Is that a matter that you challenged him about, to use your language? There's also the investigation by the SIU. Did you challenge him about that in your discussion with him? And then there's the directorship issue. I'm trying to understand, did you cover all of those with him?
I asked him in relation to the directorship and as well as the stories about his company.
Okay, you didn't ask him anything about the Babita Diokaran whistleblowing connection?
No,
that's
this one,
in the article.
This one of the Babita Diokaran, I didn't ask him because the people were already arrested and convicted who committed the murder.
So you didn't ask him, why do they connect you to this? I'm not asking you about the people that killed him. I'm asking you, you forward an article that's a story about the business of Mr. Madlanga, and that includes that he was implicated, his company is part of the companies that are implicated in the whistleblowing. And I'm trying to understand that part you did not ask him about. You didn't say to him, what is this about? I'm just trying to understand that.
I don't recollect if I asked him or not, commissioners.
Okay.
But what worried me too much here, because the issue of the investigations by the Hawks and SIU, I saw it here. But the issue is that this thing of tender fraud of the police, and then you automatically change to directorship, and also these things, in my own perspective alone, that something is not right here. That is why I indicated in my affidavit that I decided to gradually start to reverse in terms of our, if I may use that word, relationship.
What worried you about the change of directorship? I mean, directorships change every day. And when I read this article, it's not obvious to me why you, General Sinona, would be concerned that Mr. Matala has decided to put Ms. Masete as a paper director, as they describe her in the article. Why is that a matter of concern that, in fact, makes you start withdrawing from him?
It was also these crimes, although I didn't ask him about it. These crimes that are listed here, Commissioner. Okay.
So it's the crimes
that are listed here.
The Babita Diokaran matter, the fraud on the tender.
There's investigations that are underway by these institutions.
Yeah, including that tender, the 360 million tender, there are fraud accusations about it.
The police one?
Yes.
Correct.
That also concerned you?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and yet it is the same tender that you attended a meeting with General Mkhwanazi to give him moral support to get payment for. Do you not see a problem with that?
At that stage, I never saw a problem, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Assi.
Thanks, Commissioner Beloy. Just to round up on a couple of things before there's quite a bit to get through. But first, Commissioner Khumalo referred to this meeting as being one of an exchange, meaning help with the purchase orders in exchange for something. And you say you were not aware of that kind of an exchange of favor, tit for tat, if I recall correctly. You said you were not aware of that.
I specifically said, Commissioners, I was not aware of an exchange of assisting with getting order forms in exchange of you getting something. I specifically talked about that.
Yes.
But the one that I am aware, it is there in paragraph 64.3 of my statement that I've already testified about.
Okay. There's one other that comes up in evidence of Mr. Matlala before the ad hoc committee. So I now need you to open another folder, and that is file 3 of 3.
I must close this one.
No. We're coming back to these other two.
But if I close, sorry, Commissioners,
do
if
you
I
need
close it,
assistance?
will you direct me to where we are supposed to?
But we will be coming back there. Do you need some assistance?
You may close it, General.
Thank you,
You'll come
Commissioner.
back. Yeah, just put it aside somewhere close by.
File
3 of 3.
three of three. Yes.
Page 54.
Thank you.
Just to begin with, so I can orientate you, General, page 1 of this file shows you that this is the transcript of the evidence of Mr. Matlala before the ad hoc committee on 26 November 2025. Okay? But the relevant part is on page 54, and it's 3 paragraphs from the bottom, 5 lines, if you count from the bottom. And it's, so if you count 5 lines from the bottom, it's probably easier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It starts with Advocate Arendse.
Okay.
You've got that?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so Advocate Arendse says the following to Mr. Madlanga. He says, but according to your statement, that is Mr. Madlanga's statement, the true reason for the meeting, and the meeting here is the 15 April meeting, was in relation to this chap, Ismail Malude Ramos Nangi, to convince him to withdraw the charges because he had been assaulted. That was the true purpose of the meeting, according to you? Question. Mr. Madlanga responds, to drop the charges, yes, and also about Nkua, to not stop my contract from operating. So, and let's just finish reading this exchange because it implicates you. Because the next thing Advocate Arendse says is, do you know or did you know General Sonona, head of the Hawks in KZN? Mr. Madlanga says, I know him very well, very well. And then he explains your relationship, which is consistent with what you've described. Okay. Then if you go down on page 55, there are no line numbers, but let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15 lines from the bottom.
It starts with?
Advocate Arendse, you mentioned in paragraph that.
Okay.
You see it. He says, you mentioned that you met with Mr. Nangi as instructed by Lieutenant General Mkunazi and tried to convince him to withdraw the charges. Nangi advised that he was not alone in the matter and that his brother-in-law could not speak due to torture. And then he continues, Mr. Madlanga says, yes, that's true. And then if you go down 7 lines from there, you see still same page, 55.
From Advocate Arendse, you mentioned in paragraph so.
Yes,
from there.
and yes, that you met with Mr. Nangi.
Okay.
And then if you go down further 7 lines.
7.
Yes,
It starts with?
Advocate Arendse. Then you say you communicated. Do you see that?
I see it.
He says, Advocate Arendse says, then you say you communicated Nangi's reluctance to Lieutenant General Mkunazi via General Sonona. How did you do that? Mr. Madlanga says, can you repeat that, please? Advocate Arendse repeats it. Mr. Madlanga says, I called him. When we turn over the page, at the top, first line, Advocate Arendse says, you called Sonona to tell him that you spoke to Nangi and he was not prepared. As a result, you suspect this was one of the reasons why you were later arrested and charged. Mr. Madlanga, yes. So Mr. Madlanga says that he engaged with you on this tit for tat that had been struck between him and General Mkunazi. What is your response to that?
What do you mean, Commissioner? What is the advocate meaning tit for tat?
Well, I just read from the transcript where Mr. Madlanga says, he says that he had this discussion that the meeting was in relation to this chap Nangi, and Mr. Madlanga says to drop the charges, yes, and also about Nkua to not stop my contract from operating. And that, I'm not going to repeat everything I said.
Yeah.
The context is...
Commissioners, I just want to get the clarity so that I can try and not waste the Commissioner's time in my responding. You want me to respond in terms of all these
paragraphs that you highlighted?
No, no.
One by one, or how?
No.
What is the actual question?
My question is, did you meet with Mr. Matlala to discuss this question, what he's saying to you? He says he met with you to convey to you that the request from General Mkhwanazi that Mr. Nangi drops his complaint is not successful because he does not want to drop it. And he says he called you to convey this to you. So that's
I've never
what I want you to respond.
Met with Mr. Matlala to discuss the withdrawal of case by Mr. Nangi. And even in the calls, when we were talking about the calls, Mr. Matlala never informed me about this. So I think he will have to come and explain properly here before this commission. Because if I heard this and it did happen, and then I recollected it after you gave me these things, I would have maybe included it in my statement. So I don't recall it. I don't think it happened. I don't even have a recollection of that, commissioners, that he told me that Mr. Nangi refuses to drop the charges. This thing, you see, this thing of dropping the charges, I didn't even hear it during the meeting on the 15th of April. I don't remember hearing this discussion. It might have happened, I don't deny it, and I don't want to say it happened or it didn't, but General Senona didn't hear it. And number two, this call, it never happened with this discussion.
Okay.
A call with these discussions, it didn't happen.
Okay, so you're saying Mr. Matlala is not being honest here when he says that he called you to discuss this Nangi issue?
I'm not saying he's not honest. I'm saying this call and in relation, a call in relation to this discussion never happened.
But General, I think what Ms. Hassim is trying to do in simple language is your answer is the call never happened. It never happened. So she says to you, so it means that Mr. Matlala is being untruthful if he says there was a call with you and you sit here before us, you say there was no such call. He's being untruthful. I think it's not controversial, really. You can concede it. That you can agree that he's not being truthful.
It is not the true.
Okay.
It is not true,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we get back to the media articles and 5 March, and you say that you began to withdraw. But I put to you that's not correct because you had the 15 April meeting and we've had that whole exchange. But it goes further than that, General, because the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, you were still engaging with him. And in fact, what you say to him on the 13th of May is take them on, brother, meaning to take on the SAPS. And I'll take you there because you should have a look at it. It's page 60 of the WhatsApp. It's file 1 of 3.
It's here. I'm there.
So do you see that 13 May 2025?
Correct, Commissioner.
8 minutes past 3 in the afternoon.
Correct, Commissioners.
Take them on, brother.
Correct.
Okay. And you recall what that was about?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry, Ms. Hassim, we're looking at the WhatsApp bundle.
Yes.
You say page?
Page 60.
60. Trying to find. Oh, yes. Let's see that.
Have you found it? So we're going to turn 1 page back now to page 59 because that's where it begins. General, on page 59, Mr. Matlala, on the 13th of May, sends you a document at 1 o'clock. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners?
And that document is Annexure SEN 6, which you will find at page 300 of the same file. If you found it, Commissioners. Page 300. This is a letter from the National Commissioner, General Masemola, correct?
Yes, Commissioners, I see that.
And it is a letter terminating the contract of Medicare 24, Mr. Matlala's company. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
You've seen this letter before. You've read it.
I believe I might have, because it's the one for the termination of his contract.
Right. And in that letter on page 300, in the last paragraph, it says, SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged...
Sorry, can I get that paragraph?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on page 300. It's the last paragraph on
Okay,
that page.
okay, yeah.
Do you see it?
I see it, Commissioners.
SAPS's judgment is that your company abused the supply chain management system and engaged in fraudulent and or corrupt practices in competing for this contract based on, inter alia, the following findings of material irregularities. And then each of those irregularities is detailed in the letter for the next couple of pages.
I see that.
Now, and then it ends, I'm not going to go through all of them. You've seen the letter before, and we can go through it if you wish to. They're very detailed, and it concludes, given the seriousness and cumulative nature of these breaches, SAPS considers the continuation of this contract to be untenable. Contract is hereby terminated with immediate effect. Now, Mr. Matlala sends this letter to you. What was your response?
My response, Commissioners, thank you, Advocate. I want to take the Commissioners at page 60 of bundle 1 of 3. A page after this, SEN 6.
Is that page?
60,
Oh.
Commissioner. May I proceed, Commissioners? My response is that this is so sad, and it leaves one with, maybe there's a missing link there, choice but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision.
Yes. So, in fact, your response starts before that. You send him an image of President Zuma with his head in his hands.
It's an emoji.
And then you follow it by saying, so it's shaking his head in his hands and he's saying, this is so sad. And you advise him to get legal advice.
Yeah. Correct. That is
Yes.
my response to him.
And he says he will.
He says, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours.
And then you say,
I say, take them on, brother.
yes.
Yeah.
Now, do you not think that it's inappropriate for you to be giving him advice after you see this letter from the SAPS raising these serious concerns?
It is not inappropriate. It is within his rights because he talks about his advocate here as well.
Sorry, what
It
does he
is
say?
not inappropriate.
It's not inappropriate?
Yes.
So you were already concerned. You said to us you started to withdraw from him. You started to cut off contact
Exactly.
from him. And instead, your response here is to say, this is terrible news. This makes you sad. This is sad.
Not make me sad, Commissioner, that the news is that of a sad in nature. These are sad news, not me being sad. I need to clarify that.
Okay.
The news are of a sad nature. And then, you see, I'm going I want to say something under this context, Commissioner. You know, it is clear, Mina, I've never protected this man. If he said, this is the challenge, I said, this is so sad, seek legal advice. And then he also informed me, my advocate said so, I must interdict them. I said, take them on. I read this thing, I saw that he will never win, but let him go and do whatever he wants to do. But when I read this letter, I realized he will never win to restore this contract based on what it is written in the letter. But that is what I've indicated to him. And that's it, commissioners.
I don't understand that response. You already are wary, as you say, of Mr. Matlala. Now you see the actual culmination of this in the letter. And in your response, instead of distancing yourself from him, you choose to respond. This is, you said that you began to cut ties. This is the day before Mr. Matlala was arrested, by the way. So in fact, the way you cut ties with him was forced upon you by his arrest, isn't that so?
Commissioners, you see when you look at this response, it is a straightforward thing that that closeness is no more there. You know, another person, commissioners, will do this if he wanted to assist this person and continue with the relationship. Will say, no, don't worry, I'll go meet so and do 1, 2, 3. Another person might do that if one can bring that type of context. But I only said these things, and then from there, I've never talked about this thing of the contract anymore with him.
From then, because he was arrested.
Correctly.
Because he was arrested a few hours later.
No, commissioners, the arrest of Mr. Matlala took place on the 15th of May.
On the 14th of May.
If you say 14, you're correcting me, but according to my recollection, it's the 15th of May, 2025. That is my recollection, but I stand to be corrected of the date of arrest.
What difference does a day make, General? Whether it's the 14th or the 15th, the point is it was soon thereafter.
I cut my ties, commissioners. The difference was the date of arrest, but the fact, yes, he is arrested, to show that I've cut ties. Number one, there was no evidence presented before this commission, and also myself, I'm saying so. After his arrest, I've never called him. Number two, I've never visited him in any prison where he was detained. Number three, I've never attended his court where he came with bail application. Number four, even if when his visits is the issue of his problems here, I didn't even offer to help any, like previously when I talk about, I said moral support. Ne? I said moral support. We're talking about moral support. Ne? It didn't happen here. Then I said, I'm done now.
So you only cut ties after he got arrested?
Finally,
Only?
when that happens, Commissioner. I said gradually I was moving away, but finally, I'm even prepared if my cell phone need to be checked to check that have I ever did any contact with him, either directly or indirectly. Have I ever visited him or go to the jail? Because if you want to continue your relationship, you'll visit him in jail. We can check even the registers there if I went there and visited, or have I ever called any person at the prison. Finally, my submission, Commissioners, is that finally I cut till to date. I've never come into contact with him or his wife or whatever. Finally, that's my submission.
General, the issue was after the 5th of March article. You said in your statement, after that day you became weary and you started cutting ties with him. So what is being explored with you is whether after that date you cut ties with him or not.
I said gradually I moved away, Commissioners. That is my response. I think I said it over 10 times today in this room, Commissioners.
Why did, sorry, Ms. Hassim, I hope I won't disrupt the flow of your questions. But yes, you've said it several times, General, but why did it have to be gradual? You have this article, it's making these serious allegations of tender fraud and other serious allegations. Why did it have to be gradual? Why did you not terminate communication there and there?
I don't ever respond to that because...
I'm sorry?
I do not ever respond to what the Commissioner is asking me that why did I not cut it there and there? But
you don't, may I come in please? You don't have a response, General, because this is untrue. At that stage, you did not intend terminating communication. That's why you have no response to my question. It's simply not true.
I don't agree with the statement, but for me, that is what I was doing, Commissioners.
So from 5 March all the way up to the 13th of May, you are still gradual. So it seems to me that had Mr. Madlanga not been arrested, you would still be continuing with your communication with him, no. which buttresses or which supports my point that it's untrue that you ever intended to cut ties with him or to stop communication with him.
Commissioner, there was an intention.
But when and how does that manifest? When and how does that intended termination manifest?
Commissioner, when we deal with issues of terminating relationship, we take them differently. I hear what the Commissioner is saying, but there was an intention.
You are a police official. You are a member of the Hawks. You find out that your friend, your younger brother, in quotation marks, is allegedly involved in criminality. This is something that concerns you and concerns you to the extent that you decide to cut off ties. You are a police officer. This is not just a relationship between ordinary individuals. Why did you not terminate communication or ties there and then?
I've already responded to that, Commissioners.
Which is that you cannot respond to my question.
I've already responded in that I decided to terminate, to gradually move away from him.
No. That's not answering the question, because my question exactly goes to that gradual termination. So I'm saying you're a police officer, because you say people respond differently, and you may terminate communication differently depending on who you are. But my point is, you are a police officer. You head Hawks, which is a specialized unit within the police. and which deals with serious crimes, you become aware that a person that you consider to be your brother, your younger brother, you are Uputi, the bigger brother. So now you become aware that he is involved in criminality. And on the 5th of March, you decide that you want to cut communication with him, but you do this gradually. You are not an ordinary person. You actually had hawks in KZN. Why did you not terminate communication immediately?
That idea never crossed my mind, Commissioner.
Now, let's just look at the content of these communications, which are, 3 months later? You seem to be communicating with a friend in a very amicable manner. No indication at all that you are irritated with him. No indication at all that this is somebody that you want to terminate communication with. You say, this is so sad, and it leaves one with, I think you wanted to say, no choice, the no is missing, but to seek legal advice on this issue with a view to challenge this decision. No sign of you ever having intended to terminate communication at all. It's actually friendly. It's actually empathetic. How can that be if way back in March, 5 March, you already wanted to terminate communication? That just does not make sense altogether, General.
I've taken note of that, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
I've taken note of the Commissioner's comments.
What's your report? What's your response? What's your comment?
I believe I have already responded, Commissioner.
You have not. I'm raising a different question now. I'm raising a question about you being empathetic, where you are suggesting that way back in March you wanted to terminate communication. This is a different point altogether. You have not responded to it. Can you please respond?
The empathetic part of it, Commissioner.
The entire context. You are talking as if you continue to relate with him in the same manner you have told us you related with him. Since the marriage, your marriage, in 2018-2019, having taken a liking to him, your words, you then communicated regularly as friends, and going to the extent of saying you basically considered each other to be brothers. Now you decide to terminate communication in March. What I'm saying is, but look, in May, you are communicating with him in a manner that shows that you are quite empathetic to the difficulties he finds himself in. And I say, to say that way back in March you had intended to terminate communication simply does not make sense. That's a different question to the earlier one, which was, why did you not terminate communication immediately? That's a different question, General. Please respond.
Maybe before you respond, General, let me just add something else to the chairperson's question that you should take into account. Is in that page 60 WhatsApp where you say, take them on, brother, in fact, you are encouraging him. Contrary to what you're saying to us. In fact, a day or two before he's arrested, you say you encourage him to take your employer on regarding the termination of the contract, which, as the chair says, doesn't seem to suggest to present someone who has no interest anymore in Mr. Matlala's affairs and business.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you see that these are different questions? It's no longer my question about terminating immediately. Do you get that? So
I get it,
I just want to disabuse your mind of this idea that I'm asking you the same question. So can you now respond to my question, taking into account the additional point that my colleague has?
I have taken note of the analysis of the Commissioner, and I see that yes, there is an error on my side that I've done in order to encourage him.
I just repeat that. I'm not sure I understand it.
I've taken note about the analysis of these messages by the commissioner, and then I consider that it is an error on my side continuing to do this.
I want to suggest to you, General, that you are not able to respond to both these questions because what you are telling us is untrue. That is the real reason.
Commissioners, I believe I said I want to come and tell the truth, nothing else the truth. But that is the response I'm giving, Commissioners, in terms of the truth of my recollection. I've already said it might be an error of my side continuing to send him this type of messages. I think that is where I will stand with my response to the questions, Commissioners.
Now, General, from the 6th of March, that is the very day after you tell us, that is the day from which you intended to cut off communication. I'm looking at file 1 of 3, the exhibits file.
File?
The one that says 1 of 3, the exhibits file.
Okay, I got it, Commissioner.
It should be it's the same one actually.
Yes,
it's the same one we're on, yes. If you look at page 28, all the way, and that's March, that's the 6th of March, and you have told us that from the 5th you are now wary of him, or his communications, and you have decided to terminate communication on the 5th of March. So the page I'm referring you to, on page 28, there's communication there, still between you and Mr. Madlanga, and that's the 6th of March. I will not go through the texts that are there one by one, but from that page, from page 28 all the way to page 60, communication between the two of you continues unabated. And at times, you are the one that initiates the communication. And this in circumstances where you say that on the 5th of March, you had decided to terminate communication. So all the way up to page 60, and page 60 being in May, from 5 March, in May, continue over many pages, 28 to 60, at times you being the initiator of the communications. Do you seriously want us to believe you that you ever wanted to terminate communication with Mr. Madlanga?
The relationship, Commissioners, and what is happening, the way I took it, I understood what the Commissioner said about my position and where am I working, but it is the relationship, not necessarily the communication per se. Hence, I'm saying I was trying to move away from him in order to terminate the relationship. But I see that it took me...
So I just, let me understand this. I'm sorry, I know you asked for protection earlier, but I just want to understand this. So you want to terminate their relationship, but having terminated the relationship, you want to continue communicating with him. So communication without a relationship. In the context of people who have otherwise been having a relationship of brother and brother. Does that make sense?
Not really that, Commissioners. Maybe it took me too long to cut it off, but gradually, in my mind, in my soul, I wanted to, but I took it gradually. So I see that the period
it is indeed a point of concern. And then I do understand what the commissioner is saying.
So,
And I see, it, hence I'm saying it took me too long.
so had he not been arrested, it could well have continued to the present day.
No, I don't think so, Commissioner.
Where would it have ended? Where would it have ended? The page 28 to 60 that I'm referring you to is continuing unabated, and yet in March already you say you are wary of him and you want to terminate whatever it is you wanted to terminate. When would it have ended had he not been arrested at the point at which he was?
It was going to be ended, Commissioner.
When?
It's a pity.
The
it
question
took
is
long.
when, General, when? Mr. Sim, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. I have, on the same exchange regarding this termination of the contract, a further question, and this is a serious question about your duties.
Can I ask, maybe before you ask that question, you are going to be dealing with these WhatsApp messages from page 28 to 60 at some point?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Page 60, 59 and 60, you sent this terminated. This is about your obligations in the position you occupy. A public position which you should be occupying and acting and conducting yourself in the interests of all South Africans. When you received this letter of termination that's sent by the National Commissioner of Police, and you urge Mr. Madlanga to sue, as a senior law enforcement official, you urge him to sue another law enforcement arm. Do you not think that that is improper conduct for someone in your position?
Commissioners, I never urged him to sue. My message here talks about challenging the decision to cancel the contract, not sue.
Through legal means?
Through a lawyer. Because
Yes.
I won't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it.
You agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
Come again?
Do you agree that you urged him to seek legal advice?
I agree.
Yes.
I told him to do that.
And then you agree that you went further and you used much stronger language and said, take them on, brother. You agree with that?
It's not a stronger language, but I said, take them on, brother. For me, it's not a strong language.
And then he says, I'm on it. And you respond, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. And then he shares with you his lawyer's letter that either he intends sending it or it has been sent to the SAPS. Is that conduct becoming of a senior law enforcement official?
I don't think I did anything wrong.
But you accept that you urged him to seek legal advice and take
I
action
advised-
against another law enforcement arm.
I advised him to seek legal advice on the termination of the contract. And he also told me his advocate is on it. Already he was having that, but my words already, when you look at the response here, he says, true, my advocate advised I should. So already he got that. And also for me, I said, you must seek legal advice. Already he had that, he did that on himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you were not aware of that.
Read
You were not aware of that when you said take them on? Take them.
No, Commissioners, page 60, where he said, true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Already, my understanding of this, already he had seek legal advice that I said seek legal advice. That's what I wanted to put through.
Perhaps,
Okay.
Ms. Hassim, at this point we should adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Adjourn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust you've had a good lunch. We're ready to start. Cell phones off, please.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General, we were on page 60 of the WhatsApp chats. And I think my question to you before we break was whether you agree that it's not appropriate for a senior law enforcement official in your position to be interacting with an alleged criminal, which by now you knew, in the way you were interacting on the 13th of May when you were advising him to sue another arm of law enforcement. That was my question to you.
According to me, it is not inappropriate. You know, commissioners, the communication on a page, this page, I know we did deliberated on it earlier. Commissioners, when you have a serious sympathy with a person who has lost this huge tender of 360 million, I believe that in the case of a reasonable person, to show that this person has got interest with inappropriate actions, or one would say in response when you get this type of a message. Although I said this is so sad, it leaves one with no choice but to seek legal advice, one will also say, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Where are you? I will come and get you. Please don't do anything. I will come and assist you. I know so and so and so, but I am coming. If you are home, on this day I'm coming so that we can deal with these things. So you will see those type of issues, and that it will result in someone, it will be a clear indication of someone who knows that he is benefiting here. So to show that I don't have even a beneficial relationship with Mr. Madlanga, this tender is a huge amount of money. It didn't bother me to say, let me put my work or my life on the line here, but only to say it's normal and it's a common cause that seek legal advice, take them on. It was done out of context of that brotherly advice and say, this is what the process you must follow. But if it was a person who had serious interest as well as beneficiary in order to protect this gentleman, one would have acted otherwise than what I have done. So this, for me, it was not inappropriate, commissioners. Thank you.
See, the question I'm asking you is not about, let's accept for argument's sake that you were not benefiting. That's not the question. The question is, in your position, you're engaging with someone who you know to be alleged of serious criminal activity, and you encourage him to litigate against another law enforcement arm on a contract that you are already aware is highly problematic? That's the question. So regardless of whether you benefit or not, I'm talking more to what your duty is. You say it was no duty incumbent upon you to refrain from that kind of behavior.
My behavior was not inappropriate. The issue of interdicting the police and what, that he got it from his own counsel or advocate in this page 60, where he told me already, before I said seek legal advice, he has already sought that according to my interpretation of these messages, commissioners. And I've said it before we go on lunch, that when you read that one that says true, my advocate advised I should make interdict within 48 hours. Not General Senona says I should make interdict within 48 hours.
Now my mic works. Can I just ask my question? General, if you had said to him, this is so sad, and it leaves one with a choice, but no choice but to seek legal advice. If you had stopped there, I would likely not have had any difficulty with that, because on the face of it, you are not advocating for any position. He's got a termination letter, and all you would be saying to him would have been, go and speak to your lawyer, right? I would probably not have a difficulty with it. The difficulty arises when you say, with a view to challenge the decision. So you're edging him in a particular direction. You've seen the letter, you've seen the grounds for cancellation. You say, take advice with a view to challenge. So you're suggesting to him a positive course of action with a view to challenge. That's the one difficulty I have with it. The second is when he says, I've been to a lawyer and they are doing an interdict, preparing an interdict application. You then say, take them on, brother. And I think you fairly, in our earlier discussion, accepted that is to encourage him in the course that he has chosen to follow, to go to court, and now you're encouraging him. My difficulty with it is that you don't want to concede, and if you haven't been asked that way, I'm going to put it to you, that you don't seem to appreciate that there's a conflict of interest that this communication presents, because this is your employer, and you're telling a service provider to go to court and fight your employer. That, to me, seems to be a conflict of interest that should have been obvious to you. And if at that time it wasn't obvious to you, I would be disappointed that today you don't see the conflict of interest. Now that it is being discussed with you and being formulated this way, if you say, no, there's no conflict of interest in my encouraging a service provider to sue my employer, then I get concerned that you don't seem to appreciate what conflict of interest means in this kind of situation. So to the extent that I must ask you a question is, do you accept now, at least as you sit there, that on the face of it at least, the position that you take in these WhatsApp messages, which is he must seek legal advice with a view to challenge, which is a positive advice to him, and then you encourage him to take them on, that on the face of it suggests that there is a conflict of interest between your interest in your friend's troubles and your employer's business. Do you at least accept that now?
Commissioners, This is the interpretation of the commissioners. But where I'm sitting, when I say with a view to challenge this decision, with my words, even if I said take them on, brother, the person who advised Mr. Matlala with regard to the interdict and the sort of civil claim is his lawyer. As for me, I was saying challenge the decision. My interpretation was that maybe it can be reversed in my own mind. And I only wrote him this, and then wrote him this, and I left it there. It is a common cause that somewhere in our line of duty, people will come and seek advices.
No, General, no, I have to stop you. I've asked you a direct question. Please answer my question. Don't tell me what happens in life in general. Okay. I've asked you a specific direct question. As you sit there, do you or do you not accept that this email exchange that I have raised with you, on its face, suggests that you had a conflict of interest between your friend's business and your employer's business?
I don't see it as a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sasson?
Thank you. So, and then General, you continue, as I said, when he confirms that he's going to take...
Oh, before you move on, I'm very sorry, Ms. Hassan. General, before lunch, and even now, just before Commissioner Baloyi asked you a question, you seemed to suggest that it's as good as if you introduced nothing new because Mr. Matlala himself, that is when you suggested that he should seek legal advice. You said you basically suggested nothing new because sort of downplaying that, because Mr. Matlala himself told you that his advocate had advised him that he should interdict what had been done. I think you are inverting what actually happened, because when you said what you said to him, that is, he must seek legal advice on the issue with a view to challenging the decision, you did not know how he was going to respond. So it's immaterial how he then responded, and it's on that basis that your reasoning is inverted. What's your comment? It doesn't make sense, basically.
Commissioners, I did this and follow thereafter. It is within 1 minute. He told me through my advocate advised I should make interdict.
But you did not know what his response was going to be. You did not know that he had already sought legal advice. You did not know what his lawyers were going to advise him. So from where you were standing or sitting, when you said what you said, what subsequently transpired was immaterial.
I just gave I'm looking for a better word.
The short point, General, the short point is, I'm sorry for this language, it may sound harsh. It's totally nonsensical to rely on what he said with regard to what you yourself had said before. Do you accept that?
No, Commissioner, because even the harsh words are very much disturbing. However, what I have said, I've just advised him to seek legal advice. And then subsequent to his answers, I didn't know how he will how is he going to deal with this matter. But when he told me, I said, seek legal advice with a view to challenge. Here it is. I am not disputing it. But now it is interpreted otherwise. But when I look at his response, of which the commissioners doesn't want this to be read in conjunction with what I've said, already this thing has happened from me, although I didn't know before that it has happened, Commissioners. So I don't have a better explanation than the one I have given to the Commissioners. That is my response and submission to my Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Okay, so you thank him after he confirms that's what he's doing. And then, if you turn to page 62, you send to Mr. Matlala the contact number for Minister Cele, is that right?
Correct. Commissioners?
And why do you do that?
It is because he requested the contact details of the minister.
When did he request that?
I believe it should be on the 14th. I believe it should be on the 14th because he asked for them. When he called me, he asked for it, and then I just forwarded the number of the minister.
Did you speak about anything else in that phone call other than...
No, he was asking for he asked me for the telephone number of the former minister, and then from there, I didn't even ask why are you looking for, because I knew they were in communication before, and then I just forwarded it to him.
So you assisted him by giving him the contact detail for Minister Cele?
He asked for it, I gave it.
You gave it to him?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think this, again, it goes to the point that the chair was asking, which is that right up until the last communication you could have before he was arrested, you were providing assistance to Mr. Matlala. Why were you taking his calls, for example, if you were cutting ties with him?
I've already given my response to that. But taking calls is not in my culture to just drop other people's calls. But I've already given my response that gradually I was doing that. The commissioners have asked me, they were very robust with me before we go on lunch. I gave my response. They gave I want to say their opinion or the way they are taking it, and then it was closed.
That's fine if that's how you want to answer it, but the question, General, is not whether it's in your culture to cut ties with people. It's about your duties as a senior law enforcement officer. Isn't that the real question? What your duties are, rather than whether culturally it's appropriate to cut ties with somebody who's an alleged criminal?
No, I'm saying I was responding to your question. The commissioners, I was responding to the question that why did you take his calls or give him the contact details of the former minister? I was responding to that. I was not responding to me as a senior police officials not to answer the phones. And then over and above that, when a phone rings, you answer. But I've already dealt with the issue of me cutting ties with Mr. Matlala. I don't know how many times must I respond to this question.
I'm afraid we're going to keep coming back to this question. Let's go back in the chats. Sorry, did you have a question?
Yes. Even if, commissioners, this question comes back, the answer will never change, because I don't want here to come and lie before the commissioners. When I leave here, I want to go home and sleep in peace, because I told the truth that is within me, that I know. Lying will haunt me when I won't fall asleep. Thank you, commissioners.
General, you see, there are different contexts, and those different contexts may lead to the same issue. For example, questions were asked around the 5th of March, and questions were asked around the texts that have just been dealt with now, around page 60 to page 62. Questions were asked about the texts from page 28 to 60. But there, it was just a reference to that collection of texts without dealing with the individual texts. So there may be, I do not know, there may be a whole lot of other questions within that broader context that keep taking us back to this question. How, in the face of all this, can you be saying that is giving the answer that you are giving? So what I'm saying is, please be patient. The likelihood is that there are going to be lots more questions that lead to this very point, based on whatever else reference may be made to in the documentation that we have. So just please be patient. You are going to be asked, or at least let me say, there is a likelihood that you will be asked a lot more questions that take us back to this very point that you say you have responded to. So just be patient. My kids would say, please chill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Advice taken.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So we're going to go back now to earlier in the chats. And it's clear that you meet with Mr. Madlanga quite regularly. Isn't that so?
We met when we agreed that we're going to meet, yes.
And that was regularly? It wasn't once or twice, it was, it was quite a number of times.
Correct.
Correct. And I'm not going to go to those that took place before 5 March because, well, let's take it on your version, that it was only in 5 March, on 5 March, that you had serious concerns. So I'm going to take it just from 5 March. Before I go to the meetings, on page 28 of the WhatsApp conversation, again, that's file 1 of 3. Page 28.
I am there.
You forward this news report to Mr. Madlanga where General Mkunazi, it's a report saying that General Mkunazi has indicated that he is not interested in contending for the top Hawks job. Right?
Yes.
You send that to him. And your reason for sending this to him is what again?
My reason was that this message is nothing else more than the two friends sharing news clips, articles about matters.
But you don't share news clips every day. You don't share just any news clip. You share a news clip that you think the other person would be interested in. Isn't that so?
It's not a question of another person would be interested in. You just share.
You just share it even though you don't think the person you're sending it to would be interested in it.
Correct. It does happen.
That's what you do.
Yeah, it does happen.
Why would you share with somebody a news article if you don't think they'd be interested in it?
If you are one of my contacts that I am talking to, it does not matter whether you are interested or not interested. I will share with you whatever I deem to share with you.
Okay, so this had nothing to do with any interest on your part or Mr. Madlanga's part of the content. It was just sharing it for the sake of sharing.
The interest in which sense? Can I get clarity?
Interest in the content of the media article.
Look, the content of the media article, the general made it very much clear he never applied for the DPCI head post. And over and above that, He even indicated when I read here that it will never make any difference. He is going to work with his contract, and he got a year before it ends. So I was just sharing with him. Remember, I indicated yesterday that a lot of the people that I know in Pretoria, maybe I must say I was born in Pretoria, Commissioners. I grew up in Pretoria. I went to KZN 5 years ago, had a couple of months. Now, when I come to Pretoria, and not even Mr. Madlanga, other people in the communities, my schoolmates and everything, I said they were uploading the working relationship of myself and General Mkhwanazi. And I was also comfortable to work with General Mkhwanazi. I was never comfortable. And we achieved. I contributed, and General Mkhwanazi is a general that always, when he wants something, he will tell you straight when we deal with operations and so forth. And he's very much fond of operations. So it is not a question of you send it because the other person has got interest in whatever message or you are sending to them, like this newspaper clip.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. General, this article is from ENCA on the day. Now, it wasn't the only news item on ENCA when you were watching it at the time. Why send this and nothing else instead of another story that was being reported? Why do you choose? How do you choose this? Because you share articles with your friends in social context. Why pick this one to Mr. Madlanga?
It just happened, Commissioners. We were just sharing. Remember, Madlanga was also one of the people who admired our coordination and successes that were achieved in KwaZulu-Natal. I just shared it.
So you shared, I think let's be clear about why you shared it. You shared it because Madlanga admired what you do with General Mkhwanazi, or you just shared randomly when you had no reason to believe he will be interested in this story?
It is randomly sharing. And then over and above, I was just saying he was part of the people who was also admiring the good work that was done in KwaZulu-Natal. But this was a random one, Commissioner.
So it appears on a public platform,
Yes.
which Mr. Madlanga would have had access to because he was not arrested at this date, so he would have had access to it in the same way, unless you have reason to believe at that day that he may not have had access to it. There has to be a special reason why you pick this article, which is widely available to every South African who has a TV on ENCA, why you choose to send it to Mr. Madlanga. It cannot be that it's a random send. Can be. Can be.
I hear you, Commissioner, but that is it is. That it is. That is what it is. I think I have indicated is one of those randomly sent, and then it's not always that an individual will be privy or will be able to see certain things. Even if these things are on TV, even sometimes things are on the social media platforms. It's not always that.
Yeah, but you had no reason to think Mr. Madlanga would not have seen this on ENCA.
I don't know.
You just wanted to make sure he sees it. That's why you sent it.
No, not in that context, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. So what do you mean when you say it's not every day that people will be privy to everything? You were covering a situation where, on your version, where he may not have seen it because it's not, they don't see everything every day.
Commissioner, it's your good self who was saying what was the reasons for me sending this to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
I'm saying it's a randomly sending, and the commissioner said Madlanga should have seen this on TV because it was in the public TV. Based on that, I'm responding that I don't think it's everybody who's watching TV. I don't know whether you watch TV or what. I just sent it randomly, Commissioner.
Okay. I want to suggest to you that you sent it because you knew it would be of particular interest to him to know that General Mkhwanazi is not going to be the National Commissioner because he's not going to apply. You knew he had that kind of interest in the topic. That's why you sent it, and that's the only reasonable explanation for why you would send this article to him.
For him to be National Commissioner?
Not National Commissioner, Head of Hawks.
Head of DPCI, I do apologize. You knew that, that's what I'm putting to you, proposing to you. You knew that Mr. Madlanga has an interest in who's going to be the next DPCI head. You knew that he had an interest in knowing that General Mkhwanazi will not be that person because he's not applying. You needed to tell him that this man is not going to be the DPCI because you knew he was interested in that topic. Anything else that you tell us that it was a random send, it's not true, it's improbable. It's not true, it doesn't make sense that you would send randomly so specific an article.
Commissioners, we never discussed the issue of appointments in the police, me and Mr. Madlanga.
All right.
Never. And the issue of that, I knew that Mr. Madlanga was interested in who's going to be head of the DPCI. I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know. Because that was a post that was advertised externally.
Yes.
For any person who meets the requirement of the post.
Yes.
You apply if you are interested.
No, we're not talking about the application. Interrupt you because I'm trying to get us to use the time effectively. We're not talking about general applications. We're talking about, I've proposed to you why I say I think you sent this to him. It's because you knew. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
General, the simple point is this. The day before, you became aware that the Hawks were investigating Mr. Madlanga. The following day, you sent him an article that shows that General Mkhwanazi is not interested in the position of head of Hawks. So those two are linked. It's not random.
For me, they are not linked, Commissioner.
General, could you turn to the next page, please? So, as I said, we'll go through your meetings post 5 March. So this is the first arrangement to meet. And this is on the 10th of March. Do you see at the bottom of the page, you say, see you at 8 p.m.
Correct, Commissioners?
And then you turn over the page. Sorry, that was sent in the morning at 6:27. Mr. Madlanga replies, sure, with a thumbs up. And then at 7:58 p.m., you say, I'm here.
Yes, Commissioner.
That was 10th of March last year. Where would that meeting have taken place?
Normally, I was meeting with him in Mainland, Maine.
Menlyn, Maine.
Correct, Commissioner.
It's a hotel.
Yes,
Is that a regular place that you have meetings?
correct.
Always with Mr. Madlanga in the same place? Or do you meet him in different places?
Most of the time I was meeting him there, Commissioners. I wanted to check the date when I take my phone. What date was it? Day of week was it? Yes, Commissioners.
You mean you would have included it in your diary, your meeting? You said you were checking the date. Is that you checking your diary?
No, I'm checking the calendar on the phone, Commissioner. I've never documented any meetings or dealings with Mr. Madlanga. If I did that, it was going to be easy for me to respond to the Commission. No, I didn't. I was checking this date of that I said I'm here, the 10th. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so that was at 7:58. And then did you have that meeting?
I believe so. Normally, when I arrived, so let me leave the issue of normally. I believe the meeting might have taken place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall how long it lasted?
Come again.
How long would these meetings last when you met?
That I can't determine. It depends on what we are talking and other things. Sometimes the meeting will take us 10 to 15 minutes. Sometimes it might go to 30 to 40 minutes. Sometimes it's just greetings, because there where we were meeting, Commissioners, his business offices is just not far from there. It's a walking distance.
So you would arrange to meet, but you would arrange to have a physical meeting only for about 15 minutes.
It's possible we were doing that, and it's doable, Commissioners.
It's just not very common to arrange to have a physical meeting for somebody just for 15 minutes. But
Commissioner,
that's just, you can comment if you don't. That's
Commissioners, if it is not possible for the advocate, but for some of us it's possible.
That same evening, so an hour at 9:03, an hour after you were due to meet, you send him a document. Do you see that?
I can see that, Commissioners.
Okay. So when you sent him this, were you still in the meeting, or was it just after the meeting?
I think it should be after. I believe it's after.
Okay. So this document is at page 65 of the same bundle. And it goes on to page 285. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
It's a very hefty set of documents. We'd agree.
It's a long document, Commissioners.
It's this docket that we were talking about yesterday, what we call the Nangi docket.
Commissioners, this is a docket that was opened by Nangi and other people that were with him in Gauteng, Beaufort West. This docket is investigated in Gauteng because when cases are open against members of the police, IPID will be the investigator. So this docket, it has never reached my office. I only picked it up there through the media space, and over and above that, there is a civil claim in relation to this docket against General Mkonas and other members there. If you look this thing properly, the mere fact that I've sent this document to him, I saw the affidavit of Mr. Nangi, of which I said it yesterday. I am repeating it again, that I saw that they are staying in the same place. Then I sent it to just sensitize him that there is this gentleman of this nature staying in your own.
So where did you obtain the docket? This is the docket of Bedford View Police Station.
Yes.
Where did you obtain the docket?
I'm saying it was in the public domain.
Where in the public domain? On what? How did you find it?
I'm not 100% sure, because on one of my, let me check, bundle of documents. Because the very same owners of these documents and everything, you'll see that all these documents, it was an application before the High Court by Mr. Nangi and his associates.
Yes.
Yeah, so
But this is the contents of a police docket that is under investigation.
content of a police docket under investigation in the public domain.
Where in the public domain did you find it?
I'm saying, if I'm looking at my file, I'll tell you now, because it was already on that very same day in the public domain. Just bear with me, commissioners. I think it is S6. I think it's S6. The file is file 1, with Annex Charge Witness Bundle. I think so. I just want to be 100%.
Are you sure, General?
I'm looking at it. I said I think. I'm
So
still
are you looking at
checking.
S6? I'm just waiting for you
I'm
before
still
I...
checking, Commissioner. Just bear with me.
Yes, that's fine. I'll give you time.
All I'm trying to say, I want to rephrase my answer. This issue of this document was already in the public domain, but I believe I got it from the media. But I wanted to showcase that, but it seems my S5, it shows that this thing was already in the public domain, but this document is not actually a case docket, but they depicted a case number of Bedford View, but these are High Court documents. It's documents that were served in the High Court in relation to a civil claim. But when you look at that case docket, the case number that they wrote there, and then on your left-hand side, it is a SAPS official stamp that depict Bedford View SAPS.
Yes, I'm not asking you about that. We have that. We have the docket. We looked at it. I confirmed that that is from the Bedford View Police Station. I'm asking, you said it was available in the public domain. You said you'll take me to where. I'm asking you, where is it?
I can't 100% recall. It can be on the media platform in terms of either a WhatsApp or whatever, but I can't recall, but I know this thing was in the public domain. I wouldn't want to say here, because my challenge was the issue of my gadgets, as I indicated earlier, because I went to double check there. But this document was in the public domain. I even further said the other one in Mpumalanga also did publish his statement, who was with them, as well as the interview. But I don't want to say in the News 24 or in, but I believe it should be between, I got it to know about it via WhatsApp or on the News 24. So I can't recall 100%.
So now you can't recall. First you said
Yeah.
we'll find it here in S6. It's not in S6. S6.
Chairperson, perhaps maybe I can assist the Commission. Major General Sonona should perhaps just look at the statement. It's S5 of the statement. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa.
Okay, can you show me in S5 where it is, please?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Your counsel has assisted you by taking you to the annexure to look at.
To S5.
Yes, so where in S5 do we find the contents of this docket that you shared?
Do you have S5?
S5.
Do you have your annexures?
Correct,
Thank you.
Commissioners. Yes.
S5, which starts at page 94.
Yes, correct, Commissioners. Hence, earlier I was saying, this information in relation to this docket was already in the public domain on the 10th of March.
Can you show me where in S5 these dockets are?
Can we go to page 97?
97, yes?
Paragraph from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes?
Can I read it?
Yes?
News 24 has seen signed affidavits by Ning and Bryce that were due to be submitted in court in support of their bail applications. That is now, it reminded me that I think it was there when I sent it, because these people, they just posted these things there. I did send it. It is not actually a police docket. It is affidavits with attachments that they were going to submit in the High Court. Thank you, Commissioners.
The affidavit, if you want to call it that, is not in this S5. This is a news report where News 24 is saying that they have seen affidavits. They don't post those affidavits in this article. They don't link to it, for example.
The question is, where did you find it?
That's my question, but it's not in S5.
I'm saying, in relation to this document here, already these affidavits, News 24 has seen it. And then I believe that I got it from the News 24, and if not, it should be a WhatsApp. So, but this was already there. It is not a docket, a police docket that I have sent to Mr. Madlanga. It is not a police docket.
It's affidavits in a
It's
complaint.
affidavits and attachments.
Yes.
You will realize when you look into that documents, there's also correspondences between Mr. Nangi's attorneys and the NPA, of which we don't have that in our case docket that we have been investigating of the Kwatukuza case. This is Gauteng Kwatukuza is KZN.
Okay, I'm not sure what question you're answering. I'm saying to you, where did you get the affidavit that you shared? You said you got it at S5. S5 is a report from News 24 where they say they've seen affidavits and they are reporting on the contents, but they don't make those affidavits available. So you couldn't have got it from here. So my question is, where did you get it?
I said either here or over WhatsApp from somebody. Then I also said my problem is with my gadget, because I don't want to make something that I cannot substantiate. But what I want to say, this is my response, Commissioners.
And your purpose for sharing it with Mr. Matlala, I hear you say that, why did you need to share the contents of that affidavit? Because the article itself provides the information you wanted to convey to him. Isn't that so?
I shared with him, and I indicated yesterday to sensitize him that there is this person in his area where he's staying that was arrested for kidnapping, extortion, and then he was released. He must just be careful, him and the wife and the children. He must just be careful and take more precaution on that. That is the reason why I sent it to him. That's why you say, if you say, why have you sent it? I've already indicated this yesterday.
Yes, you could have sent him the media report, but you didn't send him that. You sent him the affidavits. Why didn't you send him the media report?
I don't know. I don't have an answer why I never sent him the media reports. But these documents are documents that they utilize to file in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to institute civil claims against the police.
Okay. So it comes back again to this question of your role and your possession, sharing these kind of documents with members of the public. Even if it were, and we don't know that it was, as you say, circulating in the public domain, because you have not been able to show us that, why do you become part of the circulation and distribution process? Shouldn't you, in your position, refrain again from that conduct?
I don't think sensitizing a person about an individual who's residing within the same vicinity, it has to do with the office that I'm holding. That it was just a fair sensitization of Mr. Madlanga in relation to that individual and the things that this person was arrested for.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying you could have done that by sending him the media report and not sharing the affidavits with all of those annexures, some of which are very sensitive. That's the distinction I'm making. Do you understand? Do you understand the distinction?
I hear what you are saying. You say, why I never sent them only the newspaper clip.
Yes, because the newspaper clip would have served the function of sensitizing him.
I believe by then the decision that I've taken is to send him whatever I was having.
Right.
Not necessarily to distinguish that I must send this or this. I sent him whatever I was having.
General,
So-
sorry, just look at page 65 again.
I'm looking at it, Commissioner.
Do you see that it's a police document and it has a sub-stamp on it?
On the left, I've indicated that it's got a stamp of the SAPS.
So this is a subs document.
But on top, Commissioner, it is written, South African Police Services and Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Then underneath, there is this date stamp of the police, affidavit, RIF, criminal charges, kidnapping, extortion, theft, assault, intention to do grievous bodily harm, all those things. And then it says, in the matter between, there's complainants, 2 of them, and then there's a list of people
General,
that are listed there.
do you want to answer my question? But bear in mind that I can read, so you don't have to read for me. I'm saying, do you accept that this is a subs document?
For me, it is not, although it has this stamp. These are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
So you're saying this is not a subs document?
I'm saying these documents, according to me, are documents that were utilized for civil claim.
No, I'm not asking